So, well, welcome, especially for new council members who may not have been through this process. This is really one of the best things that we do as a city, I think. The idea of these get-togethers is to exchange ideas informally. And I think we all know that, a great idea can change the world. It's a beautiful day out there. Things are growing. It's spring. It's the right time to think about change and new things. And this is a great way to do it. Believe it or not, this is not something that other major cities in Montana all do. In fact, Billings didn't do this until Chris came. And I think Chris deserves a lot of credit. There was master planning at the department level for sure, and has been for many, many years. That's very important. But this sort of council level and bigger group is something fairly new. And the process changes a little bit, gets refined. And I think every year gets a little bit better. Just a couple of reminders, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris for a few other basics here. We have very limited time. You've got an agenda in front of you. It's got some time suggestions. They're not cast in stone by any means, but I think you understand that if we don't keep the conversation moving, we'll never be able to move on to other important things on the agenda. So be attentive to the time. If you can, try to be concise and respectful of other people's need to talk as well. Just a reminder that our goals here are really 30,000 feet. They're to be focused on policy, not the nitty-gritty of policy implementation and details. That stuff's interesting and certainly has a lot of value, but we're going to have to get to those things later, or make sure that those are the prerogative of staff and not just the city council. So you'll probably hear reminders of that as we go through the day. Also, be prepared for a little bit of frustration. That is also part of the process here, because you're going to want to drill down. Everybody here is a high-performing type A folk who wants to get their outline and their to-do points and have an action plan. We don't have the time to do that here. That's just something that isn't going to be able to happen. So that creates naturally a little bit of frustration. The good news is, though, that there'll be other opportunities to refine what comes out of today. Today is not the goal to create a final product. There's going to be no great 100-page report that comes out of this our meetings this afternoon and tomorrow. But we will at least have some ideas in our heads and hopefully have developed some level of consensus. And we expect to refine those as we go on. Don't know exactly how, realistically, given how our process normally works, probably through work sessions. Maybe we'll have a work session on topic A, another work session on topic B, that sort of thing. What is being said here today is being recorded. It is a public meeting. We will also have staff, in particular, Gavin Walter, who is going to be working on the refinement of the ideas that come out of here so they can be captured and not be lost. We will have an opportunity when we're done here, if there was something you wish you had said, or something you wish you had said better or differently or with more detail, there's this thing called email. We hate it, but it's pretty cool. So feel free to expand, subtract, whatever, when we leave this, following the usual chain of communication. Council members, send your email to whoever you want to, but always make sure that our city administrator is included in that process, or to Chris, whatever you think appropriate. Final thing is, although this looks a lot like a meeting, we're at a table, we've got names, there's this tension between informality and the benefits of formality in a meeting setting. There's no answer to that. We'll try to be informal. It's just works better that way. But if we really need to get to some sort of conclusion, we may ask for a show of hands. We're not going to have a work session votes and count, oh, we got 6 here, we got 5 there, therefore the 6 have it. We're looking for broad consensus, and if it helps ourselves and for staff to have some sort of a quasi vote, show of hands, I may ask for that, or you as staff members or as council members should feel free to suggest that as well. So just a couple other mechanics. Bathrooms, of course, we're back here. Feel free anytime during our time today, get up, use the restroom, grab a snack, put your phones on stun mode if you can. The acoustics in this room are a little rough, so I would encourage 2 things. One, to speak pretty loudly, command the room, and then lastly, try to avoid the sidebar conversations, because if we get a couple of those going, that's going to make it hard for others to pay attention or to hear, especially the people right next to that sidebar. So those are some of the things on my list. I'm going to turn it over to Chris for a little more formatting here and introduction. Chris.
Thanks, Mayor, or Bill.
However you want it.
All right.
But Bill.
So just a couple more logistics pieces, drinks over here to the left, you'll see there's tea, there's coffee, there's water and some soft drinks. And the mayor already mentioned restrooms. A big thank you to Steve, Arviscow and his team, who do a fantastic job getting us set up. And as I mentioned, we used the caterer downstairs. This was her first catering job. So we were excited to give her this opportunity, and she was very nervous about it this morning. I said, we're going to be just fine. She wanted to make sure our sandwiches were fresh. She did not want to make them this morning and hand you a soggy sandwich. So thanks for your patience there, and a big thank you to her. So we've got Matt Hopples with us. We have Laura, we have Nicole. As we all know, Wyeth isn't here today. Wyeth is, he may, I want to emphasize, he's got the Zoom link. He had a good day yesterday. We just want to make it absolutely his call. If he wanted to listen in, he'll jump on the Zoom. We won't see him and he'll listen in. But we understand completely. He's got nurses and things coming in and out of his room, but we all know Wyeth, and he likes to absolutely make sure he's not leaving anything, unattended to. So Wyeth may be joining us from time to time. And thank you to Matt for joining us. Chief Valdez will be joining us tomorrow, which is why public safety, the broader public safety conversation tomorrow. So the mayor also mentioned, try to say Bill, it's hard to say that, that you'll notice we don't have a facilitator. We don't have an outside facilitator. We have an inside facilitator. So Gavin is working. Gavin, myself, Kevin. Big thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Shaw, Boyette, Deputy Mayor, and the Mayor. We've met several times in preparation for this meeting, and frankly, I thought with the evolution of our strategic planning conversation, we really didn't need an outside facilitator to guide that. Now, maybe by this afternoon, you'll say, Chris, that was a horrible idea, and we won't try it again. So you're going to see Gavin playing a role here, helping us as we work through it. In fact, just before I turn it over to Gavin, just want to cover a little bit of kind of how we got here, literally going back a few years, but I'll take seconds, not even minutes. So you have in front of you, if you care for hard copies, you've got our priorities we adopted back in 2021. We had consolidated, the biggest, one of the most significant successes of 2021 was we got it on one page. Because I think the prior year, we literally had like 220 items people wanted us to prioritize. So we got it on one page, and we said, what is the most important thing? Public safety. So you'll see that evolved to actually what we currently have. So no, they're in front of you. You've got red on the top of it. Adopted 2021, 2022. Is Roy missing?
No, I got it.
Okay. Okay. Second up, we have, we'll go. Second up, we've got this is what we officially have adopted. It grew a little bit, but just one page front and back, where we identified specifically our strategic goals. In fact, we've been using them for over a few years, for a few years. With best I can track, 15 or 20 years ago, we adopted this vision for our city. It's up on the wall there. Magic City, a diverse, welcoming community where people prosper and business succeeds. And the strategic goals, I left it, there we go. Our vision statement restated, our mission, our core values. Those things were adopted organizationally well over a decade ago. What you adopted in 2022 were these 5 strategic goals. Build a high-performance organization, improve safety in our community, and they were not in order. The numbering was just for simplicity's sake. Improve the built environment, continue investing in core infrastructure, and increase our investments in park rec, et cetera. What you're gonna see, and I'm gonna turn it over to Gavin, is an evolution of that to where we've refined those strategic goals a little bit. We're gonna talk about that, see if you like what we did there. But most of our work, frankly, has been around identifying objectives underneath of that, and there's a whole work plan behind that. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Gavin, and he'll cover some components, including the rhythm, I think, of how we're gonna work through this.
Before I go off there, you want to do public comment?
Yeah, we'll do that as soon as you're done. You give your little spiel and we'll open up for public comment.
So based off of that history that Chris just shared, we went one step further today. I'm going to document for you, okay? The 5 goals that council came up with, 2022, the essence, the content of those 5 goals remain. You'll notice the language is slightly different, but no big change. Now, what we did this year is that we had all the department heads look to create objectives that hit those goals. Now, the intent was to have SMART objectives. They're not all perfectly aligned with the SMART objectives, outline everything like that. But for today's purpose, to make sure 2 things. One, that we have the conversations that are needed for policy, and because of time, okay, we can't go one by one by one by one. So the highlighted sections are the areas that policy discussion is going to be needed. Okay, so what the flow that's essentially will be, I'll come up, I'll introduce the goal, the objectives, the highlighted then need a more robust conversation. This does not mean that we're going to ignore the non-highlighted part. It just means the highlighted one, we need to have those conversations today and tomorrow. Okay. It is again important to remember, this is a draft. The process for this going forward will look like this, based off today's and tomorrow's conversation. That feedback then will be put into the plan. That new updated plan will come to you in a work session. There'll be more feedback brought back to us. We will update again and then brought to you for a regular council meeting. There are no dates associated with that at all. That will be ultimately the mayor's and Chris's decision of how far and when we're doing this. Couple other things. One, it is important to remember that Wyatt obviously is not here. That's an important place for some of this asset. So in those areas, it is much more of a dialogue conversation. Okay. I will be timing. We do have the 1:15 to 2:15 mark. I will be timing at the 30-minute mark. I'll say something like 30 minutes or what have you. It is really the mayor's call. It may keep on going or what have you. Again, it's important to remember these goals, right? These are the 5 that were adopted in 2022. It's the same thing that we were working on for this document. The objectives came from staff. Okay, and those objectives came out of council meetings, conversations, projects, all of that. So hopefully, again, the highlighted, that's what we want to focus.
Great, thank you, Gavin. So we do want to have an opportunity for public comment. Want to delay that a little bit just so that the public, all 4 of you, would know kind of where we're headed. I don't know if it's on the copy of the agenda that you have in front of us, but we definitely want to also have an opportunity for public comment at the end of our conversation before we break for dinner at about 5:15. So if you really want to stick around until then, you'll have a little better feel about things that we've talked about. Feel free to do that as well. But it's a small group. We all kind of know each other. We don't have a timer, and I don't have a gavel to throw at you. But if there's any public comment at this point, please feel free. Steve.
And Mayor, I would say if you are struggling with this, we do have wireless mic and
I think as long as people keep their voices up, everybody can hear, right?
then I'd also know that some of you caught this, I mentioned this to Roy, but if you need to connect with Wi-Fi, password, all that stuff. Right there. Hey, a couple things. First, welcome and thank you for using this space. I've never heard it referred to as an exotic location.
Yeah.
If that's the case, Mayor, I'm gonna call in and encourage you guys to travel more. This doesn't fit that. I will say this, we're really proud of the space. 2 nights ago, we had a group of entrepreneurs really from the whole region, talking about possibilities for launching business in the med tech space. And we zoomed in a doctor, an MD out of North Carolina who has set his private practice aside to venture off in creating new applications, new innovations in healthcare. And then a local MD who's doing the same thing. And they led a whole conversation around med tech, what we can do to launch businesses that are innovating in healthcare using technology to do that. So just know that the community's investment in this space, we're constantly trying to move the conversation forward on how we can organically grow innovative companies. And that takes place in this room and downstairs. So I wanted to reference that to you today. Yesterday in this space, our board of directors met for the same kind of conversation you're having today. Mike was a part of that for at least a little bit. And I think Chris was able to join us for a little bit of that conversation. One of the things that came to the top of our conversation was one of the values that you express as an organization, city, and that is collaboration. We actually, are you trying to zap me?
No, I'm trying to pull it out for you, but you must take an eating or something.
Laser beam you or something. So what the reason that came up is we did 3 panels, and then one was a public safety panel, and Jennifer spoke at that, as did others. And what was resonating with us in that conversation is the level of collaboration in our community right now around public safety is at, in our opinion, is at a highest level we've seen it. And it's bearing significant fruit, we believe, for our community. Similar kind of collaboration, some of you know, the Skyline Trail project took city and county agreeing, being on the same page. And so as we talked about this, we thought that's a strategic priority, meaning the level of collaboration that can be exhibited at your level, county level, our organization, chamber, etc., bears real fruit for our community. That spirit should be a strategic component or priority for all the work that we do together. So I wanted to share that with you as a way of also expressing our appreciation for the hard work and collaboration you're showing around public safety. Take that, deploy it in every opportunity we have before us as a community. So that was really meant as an encouragement to you. What I'd also say, your planning session, ours from yesterday, next week, Katie will be leading 3 separate conversations around strategic priorities for downtown. The chamber has an aspirational city visit coming up. Dan, I'm not sure what the schedule is for chamber board planning. I don't have the county's chamber or county schedule around their planning. At some point, we want to encourage an intersection where we all drive up, stop, get out and say, here's what we're thinking. Here's what you're thinking. Here's what we're thinking that aligns commonly, and decide what are the 2 or 3 things we're gonna work on together. So that would be one encouragement as you think through your priorities. Let's create that intersection here in the weeks and months ahead where we can share some common interests that we can all lean into together. It feeds into that whole notion of the power of collaboration first. And then one thing I would add on your strategic goal, number 2, where you say foster economic vibrancy through quality designed neighborhoods and business districts. I would encourage you to think about an additional objective. I would characterize the objective as this: identify opportunities to improve first impression corridors. What are those areas in our community that leave a strong first impression for visitors, our own citizens? What do they look like? How do they function? So think about that as an objective. I'm not saying your objectives don't touch that, because clearly they do. But I think it's that people connect with our community as we attract talent. There are certain points in our community that physically make a first impression. We should ask ourselves, what do they look like? How can we elevate that first impression? Jeff, from the work at the airport, that's a great example. What is the first impression? A 27th Street corridor at either end, what is the impression that we're leaving? So just think about if it's a built infrastructure, neighborhoods, corridors, are we leaving a first impression that makes the right kind of impact on our community? So there's some encouragement for you. Good work today. Look forward to connecting at an intersection where we can share ideas.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Anybody else?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, city staff, Dan Brooks with the Billings Chamber. I just had a couple flashbacks. You started this meeting off with mandatory fun and would you rather games. I saw myself again as Lance Cooley Brooks on a Green Court appointment somewhere and got a little bit shaky. So, but anyhow, thank you for coming together, taking on what is really an ambitious agenda. I know that you want to keep it high level. I have a couple just high level suggestions and then a few in the details here as well. As far as the chamber goes, we survey our membership every other year, looking at what's the big pain point for your business, what should we be focusing on as representatives of the business community. It generally comes back to these top 3, though might vary in order. Workforce issues, and that's usually housing and childcare. I know you've got a number of housing strategies in here, so that's great. Public safety, of course, and we really appreciate our partnership on the SEPTED program that we've used and implemented to great effect for those properties that do make those recommendations and those improvements to their spaces, and then tax reform. So kind of keeping those in mind from the business community as those high level priorities. Kind of drilling down into a couple of specifics here. Just want to say that I really appreciate the SEPTED focus mentioned in the objectives here, namely on the number 3 on the public safety side of improving downtown safety through quality design, education, and enforcement. Though I would ask that you broaden it out a little bit from just downtown SEPTED efforts to the entire city. We do work very well in partnership with our Downtown Budget Alliance, but we're also increasing our collaboration partnership with Sergeant Nate West as well on other properties around town. So kind of keep that in mind. We don't necessarily not appreciate the focus on downtown. We are expanding our efforts throughout Billings. I would also advocate for continued collaboration on SEPTED trainings. I see here that there's a mention of 6 trainings. And I don't know that that's even remotely feasible, but we would probably be likely to partner if we could host the trainings maybe every other year. So long as we know that we could make that excellent. But we're certainly open to that partnership and ongoing discussions there. And then the last thing on the SEPTED front, I'll be the one to come in front of you and ask for money. When we do our SEPTED evaluations, one of the biggest barriers of businesses actually implementing those recommendations is having the money. For our downtown businesses, they've used the TIP monies available for that to great effect. implementing their lighting, some access control and other measures, but oftentimes we run into that issue with, businesses outside of the downtown. Hey, look, you just gave us $20,000 worth of recommendations, how in the world are we gonna pay for this? So, keep that in consideration as well. Moving on kind of to the, housing side of things. I appreciate that there is a, recommendation objective in here to continue on with the implementation of Senate Bill 382. Despite the fact that it's in ongoing litigation right now, those are some good changes there to help address housing issues. So really thankful that you intend to continue on with that despite whatever happens in the courts. I would also, actually encourage, and it's kind of mentioned in there about continuing to implement the 2011 infill policy. I would offer that it probably needs more than continuing implementation, but actually implementing it. There's a number of good sections in there on providing resources and creating incentives that, in my opinion, has largely been overlooked and could really use some kind of teeth to it. Figure out how do we bring that development from the outskirts of Billings to where we already have that existing infrastructure. So please keep that in mind as well. In the infill policy, I'll offer up our help here. One of the bullet points is to establish an annual award to recognize exceptional infill projects. We would love to be able to help with that. We can recognize them when we do our state of the city address every year. You can use us to do all the planning. You just have to pick the developer of the project and we'll highlight them. Yes, on the housing side, there is a recommendation in here for hosting education opportunities to make redevelopment in the downtown core less intimidating and more understandable. As we have gone out and done septic evaluations for properties that are doing renovations, oftentimes we find that they don't have a whole lot of that understanding of how redevelopment works, or zoning, or even really a lot of understanding of working with city staff to get a lot of that stuff done. So yes, continue on with helping people better understand larger projects downtown, but keep in mind that we also want to help grow that ecosystem of budding developers, the folks that do it as a weekend hobby when they're not doing the regular 9 to 5 during the weeks, and on the weekend they're rehabbing and redeveloping projects. So keep them in mind when you're talking about those education opportunities. So I will end it there and continue on with what Steve had mentioned about our aspirations to visit. We're gonna go to Grand Rapids this year, and I'm blanking right now on the exact date, but it's in early June. I know we've sent out invitations to everybody. Thank you to those who have committed to going. If you were previously on the fence or couldn't commit at the time, but want to reconsider, we will make room for you. We would love to have you. It's a lot of fun. So thank you and good luck with that ambitious agenda today.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. This is public comment. Anybody else? Okay.
Quickly, delighted to see that you have the multimodal transportation as your strategic goal. And so I'm happy to answer the question having about like walking. Thank you, but it's that one of the top.
Great. Thanks, Christy. And again, we'll try to preserve at least a little bit of time at the end before we break for dinner for anybody else to comment. Although the people that are not at the table are literally not at the table, if anybody wants to engage with them with questions, this is informal during the time this afternoon. So please feel free to pose questions or ask for input from others who are in the room. With that, I'm going to turn it to Chris we're already behind, but to talk a little bit about the bigger issues of vision and our vision statement in particular.
All right. So I'm gonna go one way. So I will abbreviate because I don't think all that much more needs to be said if I can get it.
Do you need to point it more at the computer over there rather than the TV screens?
All right. So, we've talked for years about setting a vision for that our vision for the organization, isn't really moving us to, where we want to be. In fact, if you read my notes over the past few years, you'll see a pretty consistent theme. Both the first few years of working in this capacity, and then in 2022, I went division by division and had conversations with our employees, getting feedback from them as well as community leaders relative to our vision, mission, and core values. And the gist of what I heard was, you know what, I think we've got the right core values. They're defined over here: collaboration, integrity, service, and stewardship. I'd like to do some internal work, better refining, not those words, but the definitions. The mission, people gave good feedback on, but the bottom line is, a lot of folks feel that our vision needs to be updated, and that part of what we consistently hear over and over and over is what is, both from directors, from elected officials, from community leaders, where does Billings want to go? What is our community's vision? And unfortunately, one of the most common comments that comes back is this idea that we have so much potential. And when you hear that over and over and over, eventually you start wondering, okay, what is it that we're not doing to meet or exceed that potential? Because it's not meant, I think it's just meant to be a candid remark. I don't think it's ourselves. This is an outsider. So I would ask whether it is in your DNA or not. Some people don't like you, this is just not their thing. But I'm telling you, I believe from experience, and I believe you can read a lot of information out there about successful companies, corporations, nonprofits, cities, that when there is a clear vision, it really can and will make a difference over the long haul in inspiring us, all of us at this table, as well as every one of our 1,100 employees, knowing where we're trying to go. So the ask is not that we rewrite this year. A couple of years ago, we wordsmithed a little bit, we got some ideas. The ask, frankly, is that we make a commitment. That you think about this, and by the time we end this retreat tomorrow, you make a commitment that yes, we should spend time doing this. Actually, I messed that up. We're gonna see if we can get that commitment as we talk about the order here, right? Our policy issue is, are we committed to moving forward in this? Not today, in a future discussion in 2024. Or not. I guess frankly, if it's a not, we just need to know. But that is this first component, is to set aside some time. I gotta pick that time right now, but set aside time in 2024, make a commitment. And I think, the others need to be at the table. This is not just an internal thing. One of the real challenges of doing this as a city is we're not XYZ architect firm in town, or we're not a company. We're a community. And we have this economy of an organization as well as a community. So I'll stop there.
Okay, and this is intended to be a dialogue, not just a lecture. So we want to have discussion. At a meeting, you'd always run it through the chair because it depersonalizes it. You know, you're not talking at another council member and creating an argument there. Well, that's not the plan here. So just if you want a conversation, what's your reaction? Again, just to clarify, Chris, you're talking about asking for a commitment to look at revising the vision statement.
Yep.
Magic City, diverse, welcoming community where people prosper and businesses succeed.
I, for one, am ready, inspired to get a new mission statement.
Second. Okay, others?
I'm gonna get Ed to be in charge.
That'll teach him.
He's all that.
You can ask them to show up and vote.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody want to defend the existing statement? There's obviously a lot of quality, important concept in it, right? But it doesn't mean we have to jettison that.
I would just say on the vision statement, and we've seen for the last 5 years or so a safe community, we should at least have in there a diverse, welcoming, safe community. Something should be added that this is a safe community.
And I guess it isn't, but is it?
That's right.
It's not something that we should describe. Yeah.
It's an aspirational statement. Not that you're there.
And it seems to me that this statement is about the whole community, whereas our mission statement is about the city as an entity that delivers services. The vision statement, it seems to me, is about the whole community, so it is important that there are other community stakeholders involved in the process, as you suggested.
And Mayor, just as a reminder, the question posed is that you will revisit this in the future, not that it works with it right now.
Sure. But it's good to have a general sense of what's the matter, why would we make a change? And these help us to understand that. But my sense is there's nobody who's disagreeing that this would be worth the effort. Might take money, might take time, might take controversy. I mean, one of the downsides to doing this is you've all been involved in that process, right? There's lots of different stakeholders in our community. And everyone wants to say something about their priorities, right? The trail community. is gonna want to-
Bicycling capital of the world.
Absolutely, or the
That's gonna be our vision.
septed leader of the of North America. Or we got the best sewer pipes in in North America. You name it, and it becomes a dog's breakfast. You just have this long list of, we want to do this, this, and this. That doesn't work. So that could be a challenge, but that's not a reason not to go down the path. Are we generally good with this?
Aaron, I don't see why you don't take a time, work session, sort of talk about this and say, do we want it? And then really look at the history of how this was developed. I'd like to understand the history of this to know what it all meant. And then how the city's changed, and then maybe put that together. And then we can talk about the process at the work session, whether or not, we move forward on something like that. So I think you'll find a consensus of people saying, yeah, let's take a look at it. Do I want to say they change right now? I gotta say, I don't have enough information to make that decision, but yeah, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have a work session.
And I think it's a really good point to what's the process? What have other cities done? What do other cities do? I mean, who've come up with this, right? What are some examples we could learn, and staff could start the discussion by that, not just jump head first into the.
Right, that brings the vision to us, if they want to adopt, bring what the process is, what other cities may have looked at, how they did theirs, things like that, to be more of a structure, and what this one has next. And then-
Okay. Good. We ready to move on? Anybody else want to comment further?
Just a quick comment. We're kind of doing this a little backwards, right? The vision it should drive what your strategic goals are.
Yeah.
So hopefully, if we do have this conversation this year and come up with a truly aspirational vision, next year's goals can be rewritten, realigned, to kind of support that vision, much more specifically than these. I mean, it's hard to tie a line between any of our goals and how they truly support that vision. Right. So as part of a process, yes, we need to take time this year to kind of get that footing established.
Okay, good point. We'll move on then to the discussion of infrastructure. And I'm going to turn it to Gavin.
Yep.
So Gavin, take it away. So again, we are on the place that says 115 on your agenda on page 1.
By 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're making it up.
Okay, so on the first page, you'll see the 5 adaptive goals right there listed out. The first strategic goal that we're going to look at today is sustain and upgrade critical infrastructure. Objective 1, expand capacity, improve resiliency of the water system. Objective 2, increase the number of airport passengers using VIL by 15% by the end of CY 2025. By the way, all percentages, 15%, 10%, those are target numbers right now. Let's not spend too much time asking why, where they came from. Objective 3, increase VIL's air cargo nationwide, by 3 places, 61. Objective 4, optimize the efficiency of the transportation system to strengthen the economy and livability of neighborhoods and business districts. This will also come back in goal number 3, objective 2. Objective 5, maximize the capacity of our wastewater treatment plant. Objective 6, build and upgrade an effective storm sewer system. Objective 7, analyze and determine land use and infrastructure policy to serve the Skyway Drive and Billings bypass, Berry Lane and 5 Mile. Objective 8, completing City Hall and sell the current City Hall by November 2024. Before turning the time to the policy discussion portion, I want to remind you all, the highlighted ones are definitely the areas we need to discuss. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Gavin. So the first two policy discussions are the same in each of these as we move from category to category. The first one will just ask you to focus on the goal itself. And if that's acceptable as it is, or if not, what you would change. Again, the goal that we're talking about now is sustain and upgrade critical infrastructure. Sustain and upgrade critical infrastructure. So we'll just start there as the topic of conversation. How are we doing with that strategic goal? Anybody want to advocate for any change in that? Everybody's sort of nodding. Yeah, that sounds good enough. We're in favor of being able to flush our toilets. Yeah. So the main focus, of course, is probably upgrading. I don't think anybody would argue against maintaining what you got. But the rubber hits the road when it comes to improvements and the cost of that. But okay, I think that answers number 1. So number 2 then is the do you agree that staff has identified the correct objective? So this is where you look at those 8 different objectives. If not, what modifications are needed? We will get into the highlighted ones in detail in just a minute. But if there's something that's on this list that should not be on the list, significantly changed, or you completely misses something that should be added, this is the opportunity to talk about it. Bill.
On objective, why does this, yeah, when is that water system up and running?
Let me say, one of the things we did, we for a while here, we had years on it, and guess what? Almost all the years were 2026, because it's a 2-year plan. So for the most part, got rid of all the years. Every now and then you'll see a 2025 or an earlier one. Maybe they should all go in, but just so you know, the time frame of this plan in front of you is 2 years.
Change, objective 5, the engineering increasing capacity, so I think we have a couple of really big regulatory issues coming up that we need to, see where we type in the EPA, so no capacity, but major regulatory issues on over $80 million.
So how would you change the language of objective 5?
I would say address major regulatory issues.
Okay.
Sustain and upgrade. So what I'm thinking about is our energy commission and some of the it's the idea of innovation anywhere part of what we should identify as goals, as a goal.
I would just add our public works commission vision plan that you guys all know. We have one of the first words in it, and so when we accomplish these, we use innovation from the person. Innovation and integrity and excellence. Those are cornerstones of how we do these. So I don't know if you want to roll in there, but you roll in. I don't know about the air words.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to bring that up since Jen is here. What's reasonable about object 2 and 3? Are they achievable? Are they within your power to do this?
So those are stretch goals, but they do have some key components to them. One of them is moving us into a different classification of airport that has some significant benefits for our community. The other is just the recognition that some of the infrastructure that we have identified in our CIP and are going to be addressing in our new master plan update will help us to achieve those goals.
Are there realistic goals?
They are. They're stretch goals, but they're realistic.
Before we move on to anything further discussion, Wyeth has now joined us, and Wyeth can hear us. And Wyeth, I just want to tell you on behalf of everybody here that we appreciate your joining us. You're welcome to raise your hand, butt in at any time. Kevin will look to see your little yellow hand and we'll be sure to recognize you. But we really appreciate you being here. And more importantly, we just want you to know that we're thinking of you and your family, and you're with us in our thoughts and prayers. And we can't have everybody go around and say the same thing, but how about if everybody here just express their agreement with that with a little round of applause for Wyeth. Very good. Councilmember Gillick, or Ed,
yes.
as he's also known.
At the risk of maybe getting worse than that, I hope I'm not doing it, but just on agenda 6, I think we should maybe broaden the term rather than storm sewer system, improve the capacity for handling stormwater in our community. And going further would be to protect our transportation network and private property and avoid higher replacement costs.
Repeat that.
Sure. Improve capacity for handling stormwater to protect transportation network, private property, and avoid higher replacement costs. The last piece is not quite parallel. The grammarian in the is really considered. Yeah, I look at the stormwater, I agree, I think there needs to be defined before. I would like to see us look at changing the way we handle stormwater and moving away from collecting it and moving it to trying to make it be retained and basically where it fell, we see it in the ground. Looking for alternative, innovative ways to do that. So how that can be rolled into something like the same thing, because I think we need to stop creating a more cost by collecting it, moving it, and trying to keep that stuff retained in the process.
Okay, Tom.
So this kind of goes to almost the entire discussion, but to me, there are 2 points of these objectives. One is to actually move the bar from where we are, right? The strategic goals are supposed to be moving us forward. They're not things that we're doing. They're not action items, right? So all the goals and the supporting objectives should be moving us forward towards whatever our vision is. Really, only 2 of these are written, and so one of your other Chris, one of your other handouts that you sent us earlier had actually defined what an objective is, and it's supposed to be specific and measurable and all those kinds of things. And really, only 2 of these are. So I think these not only do they have to be moving us towards that strategic goal, moving the bar, not just action items, but Chris, these are honestly our criteria for evaluating you. Right, when we come up to the performance review, we should be able to say, well, here were the objectives to move us towards our strategic goals. Chris, how did you do getting your team and the entire apparatus that you have at your disposal to do it towards those, towards accomplishing those objectives that are going to help us meet our strategic goals? I look at most of these objectives and I can't tell how in the world we would evaluate your performance on those things, right? So I think they have to be much more specific and less just kind of buzzwordy. I really honed into what those goals are and identifying those things that are going to move us forward beyond where we are today. So I've got a lot of problems with really almost all of the objectives as they're stated. Jeff's were good. I mean, they were, did we do that? Right? This is where we want to be. Did we do it? It's specific, it's measurable, and we can evaluate that. The rest of these, I have a hard time doing that. I also have a hard time really considering City Hall to be infrastructure. Yeah, I get it. It's a building. It's a facility, but is that a strategic, move forward? maybe, we can disagree on that, but I have a problem with placing that one there. I think that probably fits more under the five, or the goal of the high performing team, if that's really what we're trying to do.
Should objective 8 come out? Since it's largely been achieved, or it's well in the process of achieving.
Maybe I can stop.
Yeah, and then, and then Kevin will resign. That's what he's waiting for.
But just because of
Yeah.
the objective doesn't mean it's not something we're not doing, right? We don't have to list every action item that we could possibly, do. We don't have on here, continue to pick up the trash, right? We have a lot of things that we do as a city that are not going to make it onto our strategic goals, objectives, and act and supporting action.
Tom, there's nothing you've said I could disagree with. What I've gained a huge appreciation for, trying to move from our prior adoptions to this, is why some people get well into six figures to come to your community and help develop, or your organization, a strategic plan. As I and the department heads have tried to do this between the other things and rewrite it and rewrite it and rewrite it, definitely there are, I agree with everything you've said. And that last simplest one, we gravitated between whether it belonged in number 5 or as an infrastructure kind of thing as well. And you could argue, no, we accomplished a huge thing Monday night. So whether it belongs at all.
So would it make sense to go back, and we're not gonna do it today, right here, right?
Yep.
But work with the department heads and ask them to make them as specific, more objective, more measurable in some way. Is that a reasonable goal, and other council members agree with that as a general goal?
Just in general. Having something that's metric-based is not what we actually did. Would make this feel. Because in 2 years, we're coming back and talking about the same aspiration of nonsense without any metric to say whether we actually did anything or not. How do we ever even talk to our constituents about what we achieved or what we didn't achieve last year? And I think you could easily do, and I'm an engineer, so I'll talk about the transportation, the public works stuff. Debbie could, I'm sure, easily give you some system target metrics for so on. That need to be achieved for that to feel like we've made good progress. I think she gave you the one on wastewater. Those things should be things that we can say, can we check the box and make progress on that or not? And if we didn't, is it truly a target that we need to focus on? Or did we just fail? And what do we got to do to remedy and correct that? This stuff is, real huggy, feely, touchy, and it has absolutely no way to be measured as to whether we succeed or not. I should be able to sit with Mike or you, Bill, and say, yes, we did that. It shouldn't be argued. We should get these at least to a point in which it's hard to argue whether we actually achieved it from a perception standpoint.
I'm not hearing any disagreement on this goal as being a worthwhile goal, probably not just for this set of objectives, but everything as we move along. Bill. And again, you don't always have to go through me. You can actually talk to each other.
Objective 4, I don't know what it means.
Well, so let's look at kind of big picture, and then we'll jump into the highlighted ones. So, which is objective 4. So that'll be a good segue. But before we do that, anything else on this issue of specificity or adding new things or subtracting things? Kendra?
I would add, there's a suggestion here that we allow Chris to appoint a committee with maybe 3 to 5 council members to tackle some policy issues, but certainly we can also help with defining the objectives or the overall. We double duty on that and then bring it back to council at some point.
So when we developed this, we did look at action items for how to accomplish new objectives, and that was like a separate level. We can obviously move those up. Expanding capacity, obviously we're adding 18 million gallons within the next 2 years. So that's an easy number to put there. You know, the storm drainage, you guys have to approve SDFs, PRUs, and dock grades. Those are three very measurable things that we kind of look at in action to build up to this. So those are easy to put in here. We have those that are just the next level down, I guess. I didn't really know where to stop when Chris said things. So like, I don't know if you guys know this, but I can go with detail. Some information.
You know, I think.
So we could bring that.
Yeah.
Putting goals in and know that the city can accomplish, that it's not necessarily what I'm looking for. I'd like to see goals more like the city council wants to put, to have done. And so as we talked a little bit about the stormwater, Ed has a vision of what he'd like to see stormwater do. I kind of mentioned what stormwater may look like differently. And those are the kind of things we see where maybe some of those goals, again, measurable somehow, where we have different ideas coming in. Along with, again, some of these are, yes, they're staff generated and they are important strategically, the council's on board and want them, and they need to be measured, but I think there's, at the same time, I don't want to just put goals in here, like, we're doing a lot of different things, so why put them in there, we know what they're going to be done.
There is a tension here, right?
Yeah.
Because we've got all these action items that are highly measurable. We can't build those all into each of these objectives probably. So maybe the objective is expand the system consistent with action item A, B, and C or something, but
So I guess maybe this takes me a step back and say, maybe this goal isn't very good, right? There's nothing really visionary or, moving forward about this goal. It's just, we're just gonna sustain and upgrade, right? This is just our normal action item kind of stuff. Whereas all the other goals are somewhat aspirational, right? They're attempting to say, we need to get better, or we're gonna improve this kind of stuff. And this goal doesn't really kind of inspire that kind of thinking. So maybe we need to think about more why we have this particular goal, other than just like, let's get infrastructure, we got to do it. Right? There's got to be some motivating factor here, and this goal doesn't really speak to any kind of motivation for doing anything.
I think this goal, if I remember correctly, is really because our infrastructure was so dilapidated that we needed to catch it up and we needed to maintain it and upgrade it from, not so much upgrade it from, hey, you got something new that's working, upgrade it to be better, but it's not working, we need to upgrade it. And I think those are the things that we need to measure and find out, okay, so, and I think we talked a little bit about this, our pipe replacement is like 100 years, we're trying to move it down to 70 or 60 or whatever it may be, but those are the kind of measurable things we can say is now we're actually doing a pipe replacement every, let's move it from 75 years on 50 years, if that's the goal. And so something like that would be measurable for this type of thing, because we do have infrastructure that is constantly breaking, we hear water breaks, sewer breaks, flooding because the sewer is collapsed and things like that, so those are the kind of things, right?
But it still leaves us at the point of doing it for the sake of doing it, which I don't actually think is true. Tom's point is well taken. I mean, we do this because we want a thriving and prosperous community. We want to enable private development. We want to encourage tourism. I mean, these things are the backbones of economic drivers. And I think a better goal focuses on what we want the outcome to be, which is the capacity for private sector investment and economic growth and prosperity, from my perspective, at least. And sorry, I'm late. Happy to say that.
We'll say there's a lot of communities that do not invest in infrastructure, and we used to your point, we used to be that city. I mean, there are cities out there that are like, let the pipes break, we'll fix them. We have said as a community, and it helps me when I do it, we've said, if we want to get industry standard on our replacement, we want to do some of these things. And that really helps me when I'm budgeting and we're setting rates to know the city council is like, yeah, we don't want to be worse than industry standard. We want to be there. A lot of communities, most communities are not industry standard right now. We've made that, and I believe that is a policy decision that helps me guide what I'm doing anyway. To the point of this, so yeah, objective one, expand capacity, remove resiliency. That is not, I mean, we've said that, we've committed it through our budgets, through our CIPs. That's not really a goal that we're like, let's do those things. Stormwater, I'd say is, you've seen the presentation of water, there are some really big discussions that need to happen this year. And so I think that one is find out where we are as a community. Who are we and why are we trying to get?
so isn't the goal with infrastructure to invest enough? I mean, you could invest infinitely, right? So, but invest enough that you eliminate, and I don't have the right engineering terms, but a deficit of past lack of investment. so that it is sustainable on a day-to-day basis and not imposing a burden on future generations. We're playing our part. We're doing our part for today. Can we put that, if that's an accurate concept and something we endorse, can we build that into this language to just say, we're not going to be a burden on our grandkids or our kids? I don't know how you say that, but that would be the idea. And I think that's what we're talking about, isn't it?
I think what Debbie says about having industry standards, our system that industry standards, that means our businesses are gonna be able to thrive, our people can thrive, because they're not having to go around detours and block streets and businesses closing because their streets are flooded out. And so it all leads back to, you know, what's good for the businesses in our community. And if we stay in industry standards to prevent the systems from failing, then we're accomplishing the goal, the overall vision that we have to make sure the community is working properly. So I think there are some measurable things that we can put in there. Like you said, Mayor, I don't know where we're at and what our deficit is. It's the same thing if you've got a large debt, you're gonna pay off X, you know, you're gonna work on your smaller debts first and try to get them paid off. And where are we on that? Maybe that's the kind of goal. We know that we're, you know, 50 years behind. Our goal is to catch up 10 years this year. You know, something like that, whatever infrastructure.
I really like the idea of, that feels aspirational for this school of, we want to leave the situation better for our kids than what it is right now. We want the infrastructure to, them not to have to inherit these problems, but we've already taken care of updating the pipe issue and stormwater, and I agree with you. I don't quite have the language for it, but that feels aspirational to me.
So I feel like unless there's something missing, I mean, what we'll go back and do is work on how we describe that strategic goal in that regard, as well as these objectives. And as you said, 3 and 4 or 2 and 3 kind of are closer to that kind of a mark. That won't be hard for us. We'll make adjustments. This has been incredibly helpful information. What we want to avoid is wordsmithing it here. But if we're missing a key objective concept, or we've got something here that doesn't belong, we want to make sure those get out on the table.
I think, I mean, all through the 90 minutes, and all through the grenade and bill. But one of the things I think that we all dance around, we all talk about, we've got to figure out some solution and resolution. That's hard. And getting that done. For the Heights portion of our community to ever thrive, we have got to make that a true part of our community. And without dealing with that, I think we're just not talking about the uncomfortable. That's a big uncomfortable one that's gonna take some time. I know you guys are working on it, but I think that certainly should be an objective that we continue to keep an eye on.
We will draft an objective, and well, if there's general consensus there, I don't know if anybody disagrees with that, we're working towards that.
I don't disagree with that. I just, the one question I have is it could make a lot of people nervous that we had a preordained thing. The city's been had it in to take this over the whole time, and I guess it might be premature, I guess, to have that as a goal. I don't disagree with you at all, in terms of its support. I think the goal of that, because it's in play. So one of the goals that we could say is we would like to see some type of, I forget what they call it, some merger plan by the end of the year, so that we have, but that would be a pretty simple goal to have, since it's already in play. It is important, so maybe we should have that on our table now to make sure that we have whatever community forum, whatever, that we as a council are involved in that process to make sure that the residents in both Ward 1 and 2, if you have to go through this, are represented well on the city side.
What I was hearing Ed saying though is, unless we really want to, not make it a policy decision that our goal is to take over the Heights Water District.
That's correct. No.
I don't think we want to be that, because
because
for lots of political reasons, if nothing else. Engagement is
they're already.
engage in discussion with.
Yeah, they already voted to do.
Very collaborative.
Yeah.
Collaborative. This is not, we cannot have a goal that is the city imposing its will on a particular neighborhood. That's just not gonna go.
Yeah.
Debbie and I just tried, I mean, I think what we will do, we'll draft something that ties directly to the work that we're doing, which is collaborative, between the board and the city to conduct an independent analysis of the system, so they know what they've got, and we know what we would be potentially taking on. Something in that, I know I'm not wording it exactly right, but we will avoid the takeover. I would agree with you guys. If we say we're going to take it, that's gonna presuppose all kinds of issues.
Would you make sure that there's something in there? We're looking at all Heights water users, not just the ones in the Heights Water District, but the people in the city. That it's, they're all treated the same. Because I don't think they're all being treated the same way.
So push back on a couple of things. One would be, actually, of all the things I've thrown out frustration about our city infrastructure, we've got some work to do, but actually there's been more than a decade of really good work going on here. And really good investment. I'm not aware of anything that we're treating our Heights water, those who live in the Heights on our water system, different than those who are on our water system anywhere else in the city. I mean,
Are they paying more for the Heights Water District?
so we're talking about two different things. You got the district and those who that are this, I think this objective is targeting, and then yes, there are some sections of the Heights that are on our water system, not on their system.
So really, all I'm trying to state is, you have some folks in a water district that could be treated the same as the people in the Heights district that are in. We just want to make everyone feel that they're receiving the services the same way, paying the same way.
And that's what the evaluation is looking at, is what would it take to bring that organization together with us and give that same service? It would become one and that same service, and what does that mean for our current ratepayers, what does that mean for the. So that's the evaluation is being done.
I think one other major concept with infrastructure investment that needs to be said, is, to your point, originally, we all, you could spend gobs of money on infrastructure, replace everything every few years, and that doesn't make fiscal sense. But neither does ignoring, our systems like a lot of cities do, and we're doing a good job of not doing that. There's a sweet spot where you are meeting the industry standards so that you actually, the weighting is reactive. That's just like reactive public safety as well. It's the most expensive way you can do it. Find that sweet spot is the best value for our taxpayers. And so, and I think that's a really important concept to be able to communicate to our city residents as well.
I think it's around asset management, where in the work that Debbie and the crews are doing. I think and I hadn't thought, I think there's some ways of verbiage here with the asset management work, because it seeks to hit the sweet spot. Don't wait till it breaks to fix it, but for goodness sakes, don't be replacing things that are you measure in 7 figures before they need to be done.
Well, and maybe I'm the only council member who feels this way, but connected to that, there should be an equity of when and where we spend our dollars. That I think I still really wrestle with when it comes to things like the gravel roads and some of the sidewalk programs. I mean, yes, we want all those amenities and upgrades, but they come at enormous cost to residents. So if we don't, as a matter of policy, distribute our funding around the community, then some areas get neglected. And then when we decide to bring it up, it's exponentially more expensive than if we were more equitably spending around the community. I certainly know people in the Heights feel that way, that they've been kind of left behind, and now all of a sudden we've gotten excited about gravel roads, and there's a lot of them in the Heights, and it costs people a fortune. It's not that the gravel road upgrade isn't good, it's that it's been left for so long that now it's incredibly expensive. So I think connected to that is this concept of how we spread and share costs, from my perspective at least.
We'll move on to the highlighted ones, but before we do, objective 8, complete new city hall in the current city hall by November 2024. In or out? Dan goes out. Okay.
I want some accomplished for my evaluation.
Just solve equity of costs.
Somebody over on this side? Nicole. It's sure, because we need to have a city hall. Although it's almost done, right? But probably not in the infrastructure component.
A will move it to that one, and then I think though your question, Mayor, is it, does it belong there at all? I'd advocate that though we're getting close. Again, you guys have we are solving a capital facility need for decades to come, and we were nowhere was this a capacity to do it 3 or 4 years ago. So
Yeah.
I think it's worthy of, and it's not done. We're still gonna bring it across the line, the project.
Yeah,
Yep.
but there's also the whole moving in process, and then having that all orchestrated, that needs to be, that's not just a. They complete, it has to, something has to be done and carefully managed process, so we can
Yeah.
do it and then just add to it that November 24 and add a little budget.
Yeah. And it's not just,
More measurable.
and it's not just building it. There's gonna be a learning process. How does that building work?
budget.
You know, we're gonna have to be refining that building, you know, for probably a couple of years, right, before we get it figured out. Okay, so first, so we've now moved to policy discussion item number 3. This would be on page 2. So right above where it says 2:15 time wise. And it's 1:50 or so. So we've got about 25 minutes to hit these next 2. Define and discuss the policy issues associated with objective 4. Objective 4, optimize the efficiency of the transportation system to strengthen the economy and livability of neighborhoods and business districts. And that's linked to a later goal as well. Is Scott still around? Didn't you start off on, Scott might have run to the bathroom or something like that. But staff really wants direction. Can I ask, was it Debbie
Yeah.
who wanted this highlighted? Frame in.
Don't ask who wanted to highlight it, please, Mayor.
Okay.
Just say it got highlighted.
Give us a little bit of introduction on this topic in particular.
Yeah. First of all, I had caffeine today, which I don't normally have. You guys can-
Uh-oh.
There you go. So that Monday conversation we had about Kentucky North and the convergence waivers was great for me because it really made me realize a couple things. One is we need to take a step back with our transportation system. I feel like every time we come to the city council with a project or a program or something like that, we haven't done the groundwork to figure out who we are. Who are we? What is our identity as a community when it comes to transportation and land use surrounding transportation? I'm pretty sure you guys know we have a split personality when it comes to that in our council. And in our staff. We have a lot of different opinions, and in order for us to move forward, we gotta move where we're going. So it is important that we take a step back. I'm hoping that's where we go with all this, is step back and say, what do we want this to look like? And what I wanted to do is kind of talk about, what does that mean? If you look online at strategic plans or master plans, you see a myriad of different types of plans in the display. I'm going to show you some ideas of what I saw that would be really beneficial to us to maybe start looking toward. It doesn't have to look like anyone else's plans, but again, it has to answer a few questions. One is, what are our goals? And so you look at things like this. This is Redmond. I spoke a bunch of stuff out of in Washington. They actually have a really, whether you agree with where they're going or not, they have a very comprehensive plan. And so I took some of the things. You know, their number 1 is light rail. Ours is probably not light rail. If it is, we really need to have a conversation. Right now, ours is not light rail, but for them, that was their number 1. That's where they needed to go with their light rail system. 2, they had to look at their urban centers. You know, again, is that where we are? So we really have to say, what are our goals? What are we trying to accomplish with all of these projects that we're doing? Are we trying to get rid of gravel streets? Are we trying to at least bring everybody up to a bare minimum types of roads? Are we trying to make sure our transit connects to every piece of, we have pedestrian areas and transit areas? Are we trying to do that? What are we trying to accomplish? So we really, and these are policy decisions. These are not, we in engineering love information. We love data. The study we brought for First Avenue North is collecting a whole bunch of numbers. But it's time to actually have the hard conversations of what are our goals? What are we trying to look like this? We don't need any more information for that. We just need to talk about it. We need to figure out who we are and what we are. So that's just an example of it. I think this is a great, so the second one there is the backbone of our system. So how do we create a backbone? and I have some handouts of all this stuff if you guys want to look at it later. But what does the backbone look like? The pink ones are places that, or the yellow ones, if you're in a car, take these roads. If you're on a bike, take these roads. And these bike lanes aren't like neighborhood streets. These are main thoroughfares that are gonna be 25 miles an hour, that are gonna be hard to drive on. That man, you can bike to and from on these, transit with pink. So what we're saying is, there is a place for everyone in our community. How do we get people around our community? How do we transport people and goods and all that kind of stuff around our community? So I kind of love how they did this, and they walked through everyone. Okay, here's your cars. Here's the functional class. So that's the next thing we have to do is say, Rimrock Road is a residential arterial. That's the same as Main Street, which is a coastal arterial. It's not the same. It shouldn't look the same. What does that mean to us? What does that look like? So we got to start saying, look at this roads we have. What should they look like? So one of the things that the transit coordinator, I was just finished on that. Okay, so these areas are pedestrian priority zones. What are we going to make our pedestrian priority zones look like? What does that mean to us? We have tried to share everything everywhere. And the result of trying to do everything for everyone on every road is a failure on almost every road. So what do we make our pedestrian corridors look like? What do we make our bike corridors look like? What do we make our transit corridors look like? And I just showed a bunch of maps. But this is a great one. It's multimodal. Okay, there's different streets. Street number 6, height. The street needs to do this, the transit has to do this, the pedestrians have to do this. Different classifications. So Rimrock Road is not the same as Main Street. What does that look like? And we have to, as a community, decide what those things look like. And the last part of that then kind of last thing, as part of that, what each of these roads look like, we have to decide what traffic calming is appropriate. If you're on Broadwater, do you want speed tables? I'm gonna say no, but I know Tom's gonna say.
Not on Broadway,
Okay, all right, fair enough.
at the roundabout.
Well, there you go. But all of this kind of goes together to say, what do we want it to look like? What's appropriate on these streets? And we've got pieces of this all over. What do we have to do any development in this? We have to pull it together and use it. So then you look at the last piece of this, which is land use. And so we have a great, I'm gonna say a recode, it's not recode, it's code. It's code. So we have a zoning code that says you need to have this kind of zone on an arterial. You can't have this here or here. We need to marry these two things. We have to find, what does a residential arterial look like? What is it gonna, what does the section look like? What kind of zoning? We need to marry all that so our land use starts tying together. We need to be more intentional than we've ever been. We've just never done this. And it's time to stand back and make these decisions. They're hard decisions. You know, I mean, people who left by who live very different than us, but they've made the decision. This is who we are. This is what we want our transportation to look like. This is what we want it to feel like. And if you don't like that, don't go to Missoula because they are living their goal. Everything they do is coming down to that. So we need to live our goal. And I'm just saying we don't know what our goal is. So this one, to your question, what does this mean? We have to say, okay, take First Avenue North. We care more about what the feeling of First Avenue North is, the businesses that face it, than we do the fact that we have probably 7,000 people a day that won't be able to drive, that will choose to drive with us, they'll choose to go out with us. We don't have information about that, but we have to decide what we want. So that's what this means to me. I don't know if that's what it means to you, but I think it's time we have these sort of conversations.
Do we have to resolve all these today in like 5 minutes?
This is the only time I'm gonna say this. I want a committee. Keep it out, I just read it. But, I already volunteered you and, yeah, you. So, I think we need to bring a lot of these thoughts together that we have, and so we need a couple of council members on this. Obviously, Wyatt and I have talked about this for a long time. Laura, you're part of this, when we bring the land use and zoning and everything, you've got to be part of this, so. And 382 is gonna be a big part of this. So we're gonna start doing this, and I think at each step of this, we're gonna have a conversation with everybody feeling good about, you know, the first step, our goals. We're gonna have to come back and everybody's gonna have to say, yeah, it's not my goal, but it is the city's goal. It is our vision and our identity.
But that's just one thing. When we have objective 4.
Yeah.
you had explained it to me of what we were actually getting. So if objective 4 is really gonna look at all of this, is there some way you can change this objective so person like me can understand?
I said it in layman's terms and Johnny got all kinds of crazy. So, yes, I hear what you're saying. Well, I'll try to put that in here and kind of make decisions on this.
So,
I think it would be a huge step, if we did an analysis study like that, put into place, so that we have a transit plan for the transportation that incorporates multimodal and like that, and, you know, safe routes to school with consideration. Like, that's not the smallest undertaking to do, but that would be a huge improvement for us on the policy of the, to then put having conversations and fights about couplets or Rimrock Road or 30-second zone. Yeah, I think at that point, we're discussing these policy level, setting the goal and the target for our staff, and then to actually go through the next those.
But I also feel strongly that there has to be some citizen voice in this process. I mean, at least the task force leaders need to have a role. I think task force wrestle a lot with transportation and how their neighborhoods develop, and I would hate to see this not reflect at least some community voice as well.
I think it's more than one. Our community, if I get 110,000 calls, if I decide to well, I won't get them all the days. I'm not afraid of that. But we don't want to do something and all of a sudden we literally get 110,000 people mad at us.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have this great vision. We want it to be looking like this and feeling like this. And our community can say, no, I want to get whatever. I want to go in 15 minutes. That's what I want. And that could be our community. We don't know.
So Debbie, might it be something like one of the next steps is determining the scope of work for the development of the plan. The plan is absolutely gonna have all kinds of community engagement in it. But like Debbie, I too was very anxious about it, but put it in writing that I asked that, yeah, you let me work with you guys, get a small group of council, get a small part of staff, not to recommend what the plan is, but I think it's probably the scope of work for the development of it and some other components. So
Tommy, you were trying to.
I just want to say thank you, Debbie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love that. For a long time, I've just felt like we have thought about our roads completely separate from the rest of the community and the impacts and not recognizing the integration between, you know, what we want to build, you know, vertically versus what we want to build on roads, right? And I've also felt like your engineers have been asked to do something without all the inputs, right? And so I think this will get us there, and we can avoid having a lot of this kind of frustration that we've had. And so thank you for framing it this way and putting this together. I'm absolutely willing to help if you want me there. But yes, I think we just need to tweak that objective into language that Bill can understand.
And I would put in a pitch for defining these categories of roadway. You're talking about different types of arterial, for example, as objectively as possible, in particular to define traffic levels and specifically to define how much traffic is too much traffic. We've never had a significant real estate development that did not result in objection from neighboring property owners saying it's going to generate too much traffic. And we nod our head, and because we know we live in Billings and not New York City, we generally ignore that because we know the roads are still functioning. But as we get busier and busier, and it takes me longer and longer to get into downtown at rush hour, we're now getting to the point where at some point, we are going to hit a point where it's not just measured by failing intersections, but how much is too much traffic? And then we have an objective basis to say yay or nay to developments, which now seem purely random for the average party who's out there objecting, and we just say yes. But if we say it's well below our level, it's yes, there's going to be more traffic, we're going to say yes, or no, that will put it over, and it's finally the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess. But so what I'm hearing is we're moving in this committee direction. Anything else, though, that people want to chime in on? Bill?
I just want to thank you guys for putting this together, because the one thing is every roadway in our community cannot be treated the same. And you have, but there are people that would like every roadway to be the same. And you can't do that, because we have infrastructure already in place that's too narrow. We have infrastructure that you're going to encroach on other people's property. And you have some areas that people don't want to change, or they may all want a big change. But the one thing about it is, I like the idea that if you put it all and categorize it, then you know exactly what you're going to get out of that, what's going to be on that roadway. And we don't fight the fight on every single roadway, and someone that's objecting to something because it's all laid out.
Our transportation coordinator wanted to weigh in.
I do. I really appreciate Debbie, coming to me and talking about this.
Can you speak up?
I sure can. I really appreciate this opportunity because, as a transportation planning coordinator for the MPO and stuff, we have just recently adopted a transportation plan from last year. But I'm the first one to say that our transportation plan has been really status quo for a really long time. And we really haven't taken a deep dive looking at our functionality of our classifications, our road design. And really our MPO, even though part of it is the county, it's an urbanized area of our community. And we need to take that into account and bring the county on board with how we do this. So this is a good opportunity to really take that look. MDT, I've spoken to them a little bit about this because they're always concerned when we start talking about classification. We don't want to jeopardize any of our funding, so we got to make sure that they're on board with whatever we're planning to do, which I know that they got our backs on that too. So this is a really good opportunity to really take that really new look at our transportation system and make it something for our community instead of the status quo it's been kind of operating for the last many years.
I just want to add as well, kind of a little bit what you were saying involving the community. I know maybe a little touchy feely, and I think you're right for the objective speakers, but I resonated with something you said earlier. How it feels is also just critically important in our community. That is the important piece, right? They're not going to look at all these categories, but I just don't want to be excited about it because I think that especially with the objectives set in, you don't want to forget that that's how most people experience our transportation systems, how it feels to them.
That's measurable. Right? A lot of these touchy-feely kind of things that have to do with public perception can be measured.
Yeah.
So let's build that in. And if the first year is, let's get a baseline of what this is, what this measure is, then that's a good start.
I would say, I like the idea of this because on the development side, you're gonna know when you go to develop something, you know what that street's gonna be like, look like. You're not going to have a lot of the projections you have to like. So I think that's gonna help the business community be able to prosper as well, because they already know really what they can do and what they can't do. So I think that's a good idea.
But I agree with you 100%. But the trick there is that we don't just change our minds and then blow this document off when we get things because they come in front of us, because we do that.
Yeah, I think it has to be similar to what we do with zoning for these are classifications, and this is what can be done.
All of these need to be considered and regulated. In other words, you implement your policies through regulations. You have objectives that you can measure. When you have a policy, you know, a growth policy says X, and you think you're gonna get to X by the same regulations, you're mistaken. You have to build the regulations after the policy and objectives are. So this will mean regulatory changes. It will mean that there will be road standards in subdivisions. It will mean that there will be site development standards that match this transportation plan. So I think no pun intended, where the rubber meets the road is in the regulations.
So I was on the zoning commission for 10 years with Nicole, and I got to the point where she got mad at me because I'd say, well, we just annexed a big area. The fire department, police department, everyone said it's okay for this plot. The next month, we did another one, and the fire and the police, it was okay.
And after a long time, I said, Nicole, does anybody take all of these together and go, does it fit now? Because each one was okay, but when you got them all together, now you got 50 million cars that we never thought about. We thought only individual stuff. Subdivision. And that was always bothered me, that we never looked at this big picture.
The cumulative effect. We-
Purity of 1,000 decisions. When you don't have plans, you don't have goals, you don't have policies, the individual decisions push you in this particular direction. What's their lives?
We should move on. All great discussion, really important. We need to wrap up. We've got 5 minutes. Policy discussion number 4 says define and discuss the policy issues associated with objective 7. Objective 7 deals with the northern tier, analyze and determine land use and infrastructure policies to serve the Skyway Drive, which is Inner Belt Loop, and Billings Bypass, the Berry Street 5-mile road complex. So back to Debbie.
30 seconds or less. Not gonna go into this a lot, but as all of you know that we've got both of those coming in. They don't have utilities yet. They don't have a strong direction of what we're gonna allow and should allow for what they we have overlay zoning, but we haven't done the studies of those areas to say what these will look like. We have blank canvases on those too. This is a great opportunity for us to decide what those 2 areas look like. So we need to do it. As you guys know, those are. And Laura or Nicole has some thoughts on this, but we're looking at some studies on the Inner Belt Loop corridor. Skyway Drive, we're gonna call it Skyway Drive. So Skyway Drive, it's just staff time really to get a lot of that stuff started. But utilities aren't gonna be there. Oh, I also we have a little bit.
So there's some really critical policy and collaborative issues between the city and county. I mean,
And state.
In state, I'm gonna go back to our TED district out by Lockwood. And a decision was made there to give in, candidly, that's how I perceive it. Okay, county, go ahead, we'll let you extend sewer out there for this dream of building an industrial park, but you're going to work with us better, right? Around all the other edges of the city. Well, here the rubber meets the road. We've got, what? Tens of hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure of roads, but we've got to collaborate between the county and city how this develops out.
But we also have to collaborate public and private. I'm
Yes.
concerned that this is too internally focused. We need an economic development vision along with infrastructure and land use. I will say, because I see our friends in public comment here, I'm very, very concerned about the language that I hear out of many realtors, that the Inner Belt Loop will be nothing but an industrial development. And much the same along the Billings bypass as well. We need to get a collective vision here so that we're communicating to the market that these are quality of life areas, these are residential and commercial areas. This is not a place to think about county development, low density, eyesores. We're already heading in that way on the Inner Belt Loop with the decisions coming to council that I think is very distressing. But the policies don't allow us to do anything different. And so, to me, it's more than just land use and infrastructure. To some extent, we've done a lot of that. Not as much in the depth, but there's some of that. What we don't have is the economic development vision, and we really have to have that coming from the private sector as well.
And even if we had the vision, how would we regulate that? We don't own the land and we don't have money to incentivize, TIF district, for example. So how do we control the private market? Because I agree, we want a certain type of development, right? But what are our tools to make that
I
happen?
think everything has to be controlled. What I hear when I talk to developers is if you tell us what the neighborhood wants, what they will support, we'll build it. But
Okay,
what we don't know is what you want.
so if we start with a plan, they'll follow the plan.
We saw some of that come out of the Billings bypass. They started to envision, they were putting these mock-ups of here's what it could look like. And that people started talking about that and thinking about that. And I just think we've not articulated any sort of vision. And I mean.
And that happened with the West End plan. We started with the plan and then that dictated kind of voluntarily a lot of.
I agree with that. And I would really want to see a little more date certain around this particular policy. I don't want this to be something that, at the end of next fiscal year, we'll rush and try to cram in. Because there's already this proposal coming to us for rezoning along closer to the Inner Belt Loop. So we can't wait.
So here's 3 bullets I have, and please tell me if I'm off, but They're very significant concerns. One is resources, whatever they are. I don't see us having the capacity on the land use planning side to do what needs to be done. So I don't know how we fix that. We're gonna need utility.
Staff resources.
Staff,
Time?
yes. But we've met with all, just a lot, this Skyway Drive is one example, right? We've had meetings with all the property owners out there. And our traditional model is, well, when you knock on our door, landowner, then you'll pay for a plan that you'll need to meet, you know, and we'll review kind of thing. But this needs to be done the opposite. And they've all asked for help. But the financial resource and the people resource isn't there to do land use planning on their private property.
I gotta talk.
One, I don't know if I'm describing that correctly. I'm sorry. The cash for the utilities, this is not rocket science. The utilities, if they're there, then they will connect to them and use them. If they're not there, the economy will just dictate, or the landowner, that we're putting storage unit up or whatever. That's a big issue. And last, city, county, literally, I mean, the land use decisions will be made by county commissioners if it's in the county, by city council members if it's inside the city limits, when that property owner is getting approval for their project. All three of those things are significant elephants to deal with in this.
Wyeth has his hand up and we want to hear from Plan Director. Wyeth, can you still hear us or you dropped your hand?
No, I'm still, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
But keep your voice as much as you can.
No, thank you. I just wanted to make a couple points, if I can, here on this topic, and then others in the room can chime in too. But a couple things. So when you're talking about getting the information and the market analysis and the information about, you know, what kind of development we might see. So right now we have planned for later this summer, the Inner Belt Loop area, or Inner Belt Loop and Highway 3 area plan, which is literally a plan we have funding for, we would scope, and the reason it's delayed a little bit, this was brought up a couple meetings back, I think, with MDT, because they're looking at an updated Highway 3 corridor study, but literally an area plan to do a lot of what I'm hearing people saying, which is what kind of land use, what kind of, you know, development, what is the market demand for certain types of residential and commercial in these areas, what, you know, what will develop, what is the development community looking for, what is the longer term looking out multiple years, the market demand for those types of things. And that's part of that analysis. We did the corridor study, but this is to get more into the weeds, because we have to do that to help inform the infrastructure side also that Debbie's team is working on, so that we can marry those together and say, oh yeah, okay, over time in these areas along the Inner Belt Loop, we're going to expect, you know, this type of residential development in these areas and commercial nodal development here. And we can start to prepare to see what's going to happen there. So there is plan to collect and do some very, not just sort of broad land use analysis, but market data type analysis, development, you know, real estate analysis on that area. So I wanted to mention that first, because that is coming. And so it's not a big, complete question mark. I mean, we don't have the information yet, but we'll have a lot more, and it'll be a, you know, a community and input process as well, public process. It won't be done in a vacuum at all. And we have the developers, like Chris said, along the corridor who can be part of that as well. And then the only other thing just wanted to mention, as you get over to the Heights and the North Bypass, is that the Heights neighborhood plan that's just launching now has, and Laura can speak, and Nicole, they're leading that, but the scope of that very much looks at the North Bypass end there, and as it comes into the Heights, and starts to do more detailed analysis also on both transportation, but also the land use and the expectations there. And obviously, you've already talked about it, dealing with the water and sewer services and some of that. So anyway, I just wanted to mention those. We do have some things that are there. They're funded and they're going to move forward. So we're not flat-footed, but we still have a little ways to go before some of that can be compiled And obviously this policy discussion can help us with that too. So anyway, thank you.
Great, thanks. Nicole, Laura, did you guys want to comment on this topic though?
No, I just agree. We're getting ready to kick off the Heights neighborhood plan. We're gonna have the Westland plan. We're gonna have this Interbelt Loop land use plan. And those are really gonna feed into our growth policy that we're gonna have to update here with the new Senate Bill 382. Those are really gonna dictate, we gotta have that information before we move forward with too many policy developments. We gotta have the information first. So, yes, we're small, but we're mighty, and we're gonna carry on with these land use plans because we're at a point where we can't really stop. I mean, I wish we could say, we're just gonna take a little breath and smoke the wire until we get a plan division manager, until we get a transportation planner, but I just don't think we're at a point where we can just slow down too much.
Should we be having meetings with the landowners? We did on efforts to get the Interbelt Loop funded and laid out. But we're not, one of the advantages are there's a very small number of property owners along the Skyway Drive.
Mostly related.
And yeah, they all know each other.
There are, that being on Mary Street, I mean, right towards the interstate, it's just a few very large landowners on the bypass as well.
So should we be in a kind of a organized way, having quarterly meetings with them or every 6 month meetings, or maybe they're already happening?
Mayor, we did that on Shiloh.
Yeah.
And it really went smooth. Because actually NDOT did that and met with the landowners and had the quarterly meetings. And everyone had a say as they were designing and putting it all together. Even though the outer bypass is on its way, the one thing is we should be talking to landowners along there, see what their plans are. So when you do a land use plan, you're not stabbing them in the heart.
Yeah, we absolutely can continue that. Did utilities go in with Shiloh? That predates me.
Did it what?
Did utilities go in with Shiloh?
Yes, it did.
So
They
that,
were before.
I'm just, say it again.
They were in before.
So I'm just gonna very directly, that is the difference. If you do not have utilities there, somebody's gonna make a deal on a piece of property to build something not on utilities, and then it'll be 60 years from now that you can reverse
I
it.
guess what I'd like to see is maybe the city's the right convener, maybe it's not, but some entity should begin to convene some community meetings. Along the Interbelt Loop and even along the bypass, although that development timeline's a little longer, and have these conversations in anticipation of the city letting this professional services contract. We could have for the Interbelt Loop, the adjacent landowners, the city, the county, Big Sky Economic Development, realtors, developers, a small, small-ish 20, 30 Heights Task Force, who are starting to talk about, what do we want? What do we like? What do we think this could support? What are the city's policies? What are the, I mean, we can talk about some things informally in anticipation of a formal professional services contract. And I think we should do that sooner rather than later.
I agree, and I think that similar to what people talked about Shiloh, they had an overlay district, and that kind of guided what was gonna be built, and then that really tied that development into that district. So I think those are the kind of things that the landowners have to voluntarily, we can't do it, but if they decide what they want, then get the county to then get that zone and approve, so that's the overlay comes to the city, and then we're involved in it. But it has to be the landowners, we need to be meeting with them to give them the idea, the plans, and what we would like to see.
And so I guess bigger picture, Laura, from your perspective, or Nicole from yours, can we do this conversation in a way that helps inform or support the development of the new growth plan of 382? I mean, can we use this as a model or a test case, or have it have some larger benefit?
It does, especially that we're having the Heights neighborhood plan and the IDL and highway green corridor studies kind of going on at the same time. Making sure that all those landowners are involved in the conversation with the city is important. Because of those focus plan studies that will happen. It, as Chris said, it's a matter of resources. It's like, how many night meetings does Laura have? How many night meetings can I pull on that? So it's like, And we have Dowell, H&M is gonna come on board for the Heights neighborhood plan. They have some very good existing connections in the Heights. Their transportation plan is from the Heights. And so we will have capacity there, and we may be able to build on to that, this additional group of people.
Well, I think, Roy and I'll speak for Roy, but we're happy to help carry whatever burden we can, if it means convening people, reaching out to people, minimizing. I think we can all collaborate together and carry, Roy loves being a good neighborhood meeting, so I'll put him in charge.
So I'm grateful that I was off on my first point. I just want to emphasize, when you see this, when you see utility rates for water and sewer, we can't extend well into seven figures is what this is. We're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. The policy decision will need to be made, like we made with the $3 million extension water and sewer to the Timbers. What steps are we gonna start taking so we can actually get utility extensions in these areas?
And it does raise a broader question of under what circumstances are we willing to do an extension of funds with a reimbursement
Yes.
agreement? Because I don't think at any point this becomes entirely publicly funded. I mean, there has to be reimbursement from developers.
Correct. But
Absolutely.
And I think we can establish city criteria that says under these circumstances, we're willing to do that. Under other circumstances, developers move first.
I would just make one comment that what we have is you have county land. And what's happened in the past is on that county land, people went to the commissioners, they have their land zoned something different, and then they asked for annexation. And the city never has looked at it and said, this is really, if we're gonna bring it in, what the criteria should be. Before you go to the county and just have it something else, because that's what makes people mad. When the county does it, then you bring it into the
We
city.
did make a big fix on that, right, with the last set of changes.
Right, intent, there's no research, and there's no longer available in the county, so all of the high density residential districts not available. There are basically 2 residential districts and 2 commercial districts and 2 industrial districts. That's all they have in county besides that. So, certainly people can decide, yeah, I want to do 1 acre lot subdivision in the county, and I know future infrastructure, I don't want it.
The nice thing up there isn't any water, yeah.
They all water.
That's a plus. So everybody, we're 11 minutes over, so I think we really need to move on to our next topic. I'm assuming there was nothing else on this item. If there was, send an email or something like that. Okay, Gavin, we're now on the agenda at the 2:15 mark, page 2.
So this is the cost of the economic vibrancy for the quality design neighborhood and business district. Objective 1, stimulate infill and redevelopment throughout the city's business and residential district by 2026. Objectives 2, improve multiple transportation system to foster investment and redevelopment, including auto transit, light and pedestrian. Objective 3, update subdivision regulations in 2064. Objective 4, update 2016 growth policy to comply with the Montana Land Use Planning Act. Objective 5, develop housing strategies to strengthen and stabilize neighborhoods. Objective 6, update neighborhood plans over the next decade. Objective 7, complete cost of services study and determine its impact on regulations and fee structure, with the hope of focusing on 1, 2, and 7. Did the pretty good job on the last one.
Thanks, Gavin. So again, the first question we always ask is, look at the goal. And is that acceptable? If not, how would you change it? So again, the goal, foster economic vibrancy through quality designed neighborhoods and business districts. Back to the specificity issue. It's pretty aspirational. It's pretty big. It's not clearly measurable. Is there a way to improve on that?
The goal wouldn't be, right? The goal,
the objective.
yeah, exactly. I like the goal, but I think it needs to incorporate something about livability in there as well. It's not just economic vibrancy in our neighborhoods, right? It's got to be something about livability and
Yeah,
quality of place.
and you disagree with that. I think that's a really good point.
No, I don't disagree with that, but I think I have a different concern with this goal from my perspective. It reads to me, maybe unintentionally, but it reads to me as a very top-down, heavy-handed government. We're going to design the neighborhoods and require this. I mean, part of what we saw in the legislative session last season, and part of, I think, where Montana got attention on housing is moving more in the direction of liberty. Now, I don't want chaotic development for sure, but I also don't want to write a goal here that makes it sound like the government is going to start heavily designing neighborhoods and business for a certain set of social goals without balancing that with some sort of market interest or liberty interest or some sort of more private sector driven content. I feel like this reads a little heavy-handed for me.
Just because of the one word design, is that the particular?
Well, and I think as a government goal, yeah, I'm anxious that we're going to trend in the direction of heavy regulatory hammers to get this, and the reason that concerns me is there's still enough land in Yellowstone County that people would say the heck with you, then we'll go to develop in the county. And so I don't want to lose that balance of reasonableness in the way that we try to engineer neighborhoods.
So I'm hearing, but everything else though is, I mean, you wouldn't disagree with economic vibrancy or quality of place, good neighborhoods or business district. So the key word there is design, I think.
Well, to me, the key word is foster. It's fostering, not enforcing. Right.
Okay.
And not dictating.
Keep a balance in mind. I think it's easy to get very excited about what we could do if we just regulated this or forced that, or I think we need to keep a balance of interests in mind.
So keep that in mind. Good point. The goal, language of the goal, the direction of the goal.
I mean,
We good?
I think so. I mean, I think in terms of design of a neighborhood, we do have some regulations like connectivity are really important, so kids can walk to school out and walk, 8 miles out of the way to get there, or things like that. And those get back to these design issues that, I think are always at our review. I think you're seeing maybe concern being too heavy-handed with I've certainly done in communities where they have really stiff design standards that were, and things like that, for private development that, I think we, I guess maybe back to, Tom's point, I think we should foster, I guess I'm okay.
Anybody want to pitch any different goal or modifications? Dan?
Devin presented it well, and I don't need to mention it, but policy and vision need to be developed for buildings, by buildings, and we don't do that. We're always worried about what police did 3 years ago to implement our vision. And I think we need to develop policy and vision based on buildings, what buildings must be like buildings people. Take that where you want to.
Okay, sure. Okay. Okay, I'm not hearing any calls for changing the language of that goal specifically. So the second item up that we then go to is the objectives. Again, we'll come back to the highlighted objectives, but are there some things that need to come out? Are there things that need to be added? Are there some significant language issues?
Well, we did hear from Steve Arbiscow. He was suggesting adding one on improving first impression corridors as something explicit for us to be paying attention to. I certainly, I can't disagree. It's been something that I've been at peak for these all for many years. So,
I would love to if that really is the goal. I actually had a conversation today with MDT about Laurel Road and what we can do with Beautify. So much opportunity on Laurel Road, and everybody drives it. And, but is that really where we want? I mean, are we willing to put our time and money on that? I really want to hear that as our goal. I drive it and I love that, but is that our goal?
What's the trade-off? What if that became a goal, what would have to get deprioritized? What resources does that consume?
Staff time and money, and then that's the question. I mean, I think, and I'm looking at some of our private here, entryway stuff, maybe that's something private partnerships are there for. Is that really resources for money? Is there something that maybe our goal is to track down what those resources are?
Sorry, I meant more specifically, is it is it maintenance staff? Is it engineering staff? Like what exactly? I mean, if we're talking about corridors along the MBT, which I think most of the first impression ones are, not all, but some. I mean,
But they're not gonna do the work. We have to do the work to get permission to do it. So it would be.
And then we
someone
maintain.
managing those projects, raising that money, designing those corridors, implementing it, and then maintaining.
Okay.
It's all of it. So is that really a goal? I really want to, is that our goal?
Well, I think we've talked about that over the last couple of budget cycles of the desire to improve the beauty of of whether it's arterials or entryways or whatever. So to me, yes, I think it should be prioritized higher than it is right now. Is it the top priority? Should we stop building, Skyway Drive and refocus on that? No. But I think it should be prioritized higher than it is now. And that is something that would move the bar here in Billings, right? Making this a more attractive place to be as you drive around town helps change people's impression of who we are and what we're doing here.
I just want to second that. Aesthetics matter, and the most important aesthetics are your first impressions. We all care about the front door of our house and that curb appeal. The backyard can look like crap, but you want that curb appeal to matter. Many businesses talk about the refinery effect. If somebody's coming to visit your town, you never drive them to Billings. You never tell them to drive here. Tell them to fly, land on the rims, look over. Blink when you go past the ugly billboards, come down 27th and enjoy the medical corridor. That's how you come to Billings. So we have the issue of the refineries and the whole I-90 corridor. We could have a zoning corridor that requires some beautification there. But the entryways, I drove the efforts to get the Welcome to Billings sandstone sign designed by Stacy Robinson and get those paid for. And you wouldn't believe the number of people say, what an improvement, just from a nice little landscaped area, right? So I say it needs to be a much higher priority. Landscaping on Shiloh and the Laurel corridor and coming down from the airport are three big ones. And then I-9. And what's that? Yeah.
Has the first impression border defined, or would we need to define the areas that we're specifically talking about? Because like Roy points out, you've got people coming down Main Street, you've got people coming in the other side of Highway 3, I mean.
ID Expo.
Yeah, that's what drive for sure.
Yeah, so we define them internally. I mean, there's not a lot of it, but when you know that we realize like 6 of the 7 are entities.
Yeah.
They truly are, so.
One thing that's good about that whole question is the public is motivated to help fund it and motivated to help provide small easements for signage and for beautification areas. Dennis coming on 27th, South 27th, they come to us, say, how can we help? And we say, well, we really don't have a plan for that. We don't have any money to help with it. Politely go away. So if we could be more engaged, I think the public would respond.
So it's an objective we're adding.
I think it should be an objective, and I think 2 of these objectives are probably more action plans, the subdivision regulations and the cost of services studies. And to me, seems to be more at the action level, maybe supporting other objectives.
The one thing I would say in terms of, maybe you're right, still, it's not an objective, but I want to make sure we have on calendars, using the cost of services study to evaluate whether or not we need to upgrade it or change any of our policies. So it seems like it should be, maybe it is still action, maybe it still speaks to that, but I just want to make sure it's elevated enough that we actually get to it on our calendar this year. Yeah, I think you're right, and I think that plan needs, that certain date, that information needs to come back to the council for policy decisions of how we're gonna change and update our things. There has to be some time bound on after we get that plan.
Right.
How much time is it gonna need before we actually start looking at policy?
Right, so the objective is at a higher level of determining, and maybe it's just part of that, which is determining impact on or updating regulations and fee structures to improve, financial sustainability or something like that. And one of the action items under there is completing the cost of services. And there might be other supporting actions.
But back to this idea of a first impression corridor, Debbie, I don't know that we have, I don't know if there is an opportunity for partnership with MDT, because when they designed the entryway to the bypass, they designed it to be very beautiful. They must at some level recognize there's a value to the beautification of these interfaces.
Yeah, and the conversation I had with Mike Taylor this morning was, he's supportive of this now, I don't know, Helena, but so far in conversations with Helena, they've been really supportive of this too. They're not really planning to do this.
Yeah, so then it,
Find a way to get more.
so then it comes down to funding the maintenance on it, right? I mean, Shiloh's a wonderful example. I never got to see its first impression. The mayor's filled me in numerous times. It looks different today, looks better than most of our streets in town. But each time it's been a financial burden that has driven it from what people said was spectacular to where it sits today, which is a lot better than most, but not where we'd love it to be. But it's, Debbie will say, Chris, it's just money that, and people that are needed to take care of this stuff.
The finance, Shiloh Road takes a huge percentage of our maintenance dollars. It is an enormous maintenance.
Yeah, I think that's,
$6,000 a piece, or maybe more, just to keep them alive.
It's a very big quarter, not to say that we couldn't do other quarters, I think we should. But there also has to be financial commitment to not only install them, but to maintain them, and that's where the policy comes in, this is where we want to throw finances.
Are SIDs away? I'm not yeah, special improvement, maintenance districts. I've wondered. Because that's what I've wondered, so that each quarter, Main Street, Broadwalk, whichever ones you're doing, the businesses along them being bought in, that, yeah, we want to see it and we're helping to contribute to it. I think the question is how much, if any of it, comes from the overall general citizen as a beautification for the entire town. But I think something like that may be very helpful because there may be areas who absolutely say, no, we won't pay for it, we don't want it. And if they have no skin in the game.
I would love to ask those neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
We just assume they don't want to pay, and so we never ask.
I think you're right, if you have a policy in place that gives them the ability to, a bunch of businesses say, yeah, we want to beautify this, we're willing to pay it. Have to tax us, and we'll continue to fund it's the repair and maintenance of it, then we should have to have a policy in place for them to come, so we don't just let them say, oh, we don't have anything. We'll never get to it.
And South 27 was something like.
Yeah, and so those are the kind of things I think we need to do. So yes, if we can identify those areas, I think that as an objective, identify those, create a policy that doesn't cost the city all that maintenance. And so that's the policy, is it's not going to create any more expense for the city as far as the taxpayers go. Let the businesses or people who want to join in and volunteer or donate that way, have their name put on the lot, whatever it is. Let them do that.
And something like Laurel Road, I think that's hard, and you got railroad on one side. They're not much care, so you do have some of those corridors where I think that might be a struggle, but by and large, I think you could do that on Main Street.
Should we move on to the highlighted objectives?
Just one other thing I want to mention, objective 5, I mean, I think. Developing housing strategies that increase housing as well as strengthen stabilized neighborhoods. Again, we're the policy, we're developing strategies, not developing housing itself, but we're helping. Create conditions that housing will increase.
And would you say that again?
Looking to, in objective 5, develop housing strategies that increase housing. And development of housing units and strengthen and stabilize.
Okay, so the policy discussion item number 3. And I'll turn it to Chris and Laura and Nicole and Wyeth. They can introduce this further, but says define and discuss policy issues associated with objective 1. Objective 1, stimulate infill and redevelopment throughout the city's business and residential districts by 2026. Our planning department folks, Chris, did you want to intro that issue anymore?
So yes, and
Okay.
clearly I'm stumbling as far as how best to kind of introduce, but.
Well, to stimulate infill, you have to remove the risk. Removing the risk or mitigating the risk involves providing incentives, financial incentives from the city to a developer that allows them to take on that risk of doing the redevelopment or an infill project. I'm sure it's have agree with that. Because it's always easier to take no risk. And for the same money, develop out on the edge or way beyond the edge. So those incentives, there's lots of different kinds of incentives, but we have to have a discussion with engineering, with building, with planning. What are the fees that we charge? What are the things that we can do financially to incentivize that? We have some good GIS capacity to develop resource maps to show people where there's property that the building value is very low as compared to the land value, so those are right for infill, for redevelopment. Where is the infrastructure, recently updated? I mean, a huge investment in eBird. Use that capacity of the TIF to replace or install critical infrastructure where it didn't exist. And that has spurred some new development, some redevelopment in that part of the eBird district. So giving people the resources to make those infill decisions and reducing the risk by providing financial incentives are the two things that we could really do to address that. But we haven't had those policy discussions yet about where we should do that and who is going to, what is the potential financial implication to each division and department for providing that incentive.
On the issue of where, I will recommend two places. One, our legacy arterials, east-west arterials, and Main Street in the Heights. So there's not a lot of undeveloped area, but there's not a lot of underdeveloped areas. The old Gibsons on Broadwater and Central have great potential for redevelopment. So that's one answer for where. The other answer for me is on where is on the south side, the east side of the south side. So particularly south of the sugar beet factory, you drive by there and there are horses everywhere. And it's less than a mile to downtown. You can walk it, you can bike it, and it's horse country, mostly in the county. But there's amazing opportunity for redevelopment. And if we had plans, I agree 100%, reducing risk. One of the greatest risks for a developer is they build and they're the only ones there. There's no critical mass. But if you develop a plan and say, we're going to focus on this area, then they're more confident others will follow. That'll increase their land values. It'll be a nice upward cycle. So those would be my two answers to the where question.
But we've been talking about infill since the last 5 mayors that I told. We need to do infill. I said, well, why would I as the builder want to do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't want to build a house. I want to build a subdivision for 330 acres or 40 acres. I'm just going to say exactly, there's no incentive for me as a builder to come to the wrong part of town. I want to sell 50 homes. I'm going to go out on the west end. It's flat. The people can see the mountains. All the businesses on that part of town. There have to be a big incentive for a developer to go, I want to build some duplexes. You're not going to build individual houses. That's where you're talking about duplexes, fourplexes.
Like that's a good point. It actually gets to what Dan was talking about. Is we don't need just big developers that are going to do home subdivisions. We need to develop more of an ecosystem of small developers that will do things, 1, 2 development, 1 or 2 houses, right? And they've gone away, right? So we have to continually rebuild that community. And so there's a lot of things that we can do at the city level, economic development, and the chamber can help build that ecosystem.
Seriously, and get some developers. I met with a developer and I said, I want to know, you just bought 33 acres for $750,000 on the west side of Ben Steel School. I said, I want to know how much you paid for that, how much trouble it cost you to bring that into the city. Now that you're building roads, what are your costs? What city costs? What does it cost for you to get permits and all this? And what's your time frame? If we have some kind of information, we can say, okay, if you come downtown or some of those south side, we'll short circuit X amount of dollars, or we'll help you do something
Because for 40 years at least, we've been talking about filling infill, but there's no incentive for the builder to say, well, I'll take the chance, like you said.
I think there can be a lot of stimulation from good projects that go forward. I think, West Park Promenade is a prime example. All of the properties across there have now redeveloped. So City Brew on one end moved to the other end. The old, falling apart, Pizza Hut is down, new building in. That's stimulating a tremendous amount of, commercial growth, and that commercial growth continues to make that area very walkable. So the question is, when is Alpine Village gonna go down and we get something decent in Alpine Village? Because I think it's kind of a battle of one street at a time, at a certain level. So I think you can get projects going that are stimulating redevelopment in a really beautiful way. Now we just need to move it down Grand Avenue a little ways and up Grand Avenue. So I think that there can be, I mean, one of the best infill projects I can think of is in Ward 3. It's the redevelopment of the Elks, sizable property. And so some of this takes enough property that you can do something with. But I think maybe Alpine Village should be our next target. That's an area where we could redevelop, as the mayor said. The Gibsons, that area could really benefit from some redevelopment. I don't know what incentives it would take, but as you increase the walkability of a neighborhood, people, very often talk about younger people wanting walkable spaces, but I'll tell you, the people who really love it, the elderly. Because my mom is like, I'm not driving to the west end to the new Costco. She doesn't have to. She can go to Town Country, she can go to Albertsons, she can do everything in a very short distance from her home. So I think there are a lot of ways that we don't identify and kind of promote our opportunities for redevelopment.
I want to go back to this idea of sort of individual people contributing to this, because I think we often don't talk about them, talk about how the city is open, that have the big developers that are in it, they want to make money, it's their business. But what about the person who wants to add an ADU or a business apartment or buy a small commercial space? And the financial aspect is important, but they know they want to be in a certain area. It's the regulation that seems really not confusing, because we don't work in that world. I know I've talked to people in my neighborhood that would like to do that, but feel like, I don't even know where to do it, right? How do I get started? And so I would like to find a way for the city to figure out how do we empower more individual people to step into this world, and just a little piece of it, but just do something in your neighborhood and build your home equity. Good for you, it's good for everybody. I think often that gets lost in our community stuff, and we talk about the good stuff. But how do we leverage not just the major developers, but all the middle class that would be interested, but just don't want to get started?
So in Big Sky Economic Development, we have this partner, we have the city to have some type of ability to find and say, hey, listen, I know you're overwhelmed with the contact and say, hey, why don't you talk to
Here's
them?
a resource.
Here's a resource, they can kind of walk you through and they can help develop a program.
But I think the chamber is kind of doing this with this
Exactly. I'm so
Yeah,
excited about that.
this ADU concept or competition. The challenge then for us is to say, okay, building department, guess what? Here are the designs from this ADU competition that the chamber came up with. You pre-approve these plans. Pre-approve. So we don't have to do it. So Joe Baganonis can say, I'm gonna take this plan and I'm gonna have somebody help me fit on my lot, like, that's the thing. But I'm not gonna go through the building department because I'm using this plan, which is already approved. I'm gonna go through the site review to make sure that I hook to utilities correctly. But it's the building department review that is arduous and daunting and scares everybody. So what we can do in that scenario that Kendra is talking about is take this challenge that the chamber is making and make the building department adopt those plans so that we short circuit that entire process for those things.
Yeah, I've read that somewhere else where they actually have entire housing plans already pre-developed by cities, and that's, you know, they're not massive homes, they're very simple, like kind of like you would see along Avenue C and D, very kind of prefab design homes, they can pick that, fits on their lot, they build it, everything's already pre-approved. And so those are kind of things that we can do to help infill, because those smaller developers who pick those plans, get it developed easily, quickly, and they do the same kind of design each and over time, they can move those houses and develop that kind of stuff, whether singles or town.
But please don't do the infill to the people that have been in those neighborhoods for years upon years and change it for them. If they're living in single family dwellings and you turn around and say, oh, it'd be great if people want to put in apartments in the basement or things like that. What you've done is you're driving people out of their own neighborhoods that they've been in for years.
I agree.
And we've done that.
States already doing it.
I would say this, they also, it allows them to stay in the neighborhood because now they have a sort of income that allows them to lease, you know, a mother-in-law or.
Complaining on it, if this isn't all.
Well, I think our zoning code, and I can't speak to our zoning code as good as Nicole, but I think our zoning code really tweaked to make that more accessible for people to have more options for that. And
Right.
go ahead, Nicole wants to speak on the
So I met with the chamber and the Buildings Architectural Association who are partnering on the ADU petition. And we did discuss the idea in some depth about taking some of these plans that are developed and making them standard plans that the city building department would, what they call master plan. In other words, it's a plan that's pre-approved. You go in, you submit your permit, the only thing that's looked at is by engineering and planning to make sure it meets the setbacks and the engineering requirements for utilities. Problem is, with this competition, they're not to that level of design. They're at about a 30% design. And it is the intellectual property of the architect. If the city wanted to pay them to go the next 70% and then pay them like a patent fee every time somebody chooses it to build, that would be one way to do this. But somebody, the architect is liable for the design of that structure. So they don't want to pass that liability on to the city.
Well,
And
but there are ways that we can, yeah, there are ways we can get around that, and we can work through those things, right? Nicole's not saying that as it's a showstopper, it's just an extra step. We can't just take the plans as they come out of the contest and adopt them, right? There's an extra step there to kind of work through.
Yeah, 70% over.
Yeah.
Like to finalize the plan. And then, you know, the site planning process is not, sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's not. Not every property can build an ADU. Some properties are already by right allowed to have units on them by the zoning. So the ADU isn't their only choice. They could build a second primary use, and it could be as small as an ADU. It doesn't have to be like the size. The city has adopted the tiny home regulation part of the building code. So somebody could build really something very small, 170 square feet in their backyard as a separate dwelling unit. Or they could remodel the basement just by rent. So, we still have 60% of the city is zoned just for single family dwellings.
Nicole, Laura, Wyeth, do we need to be looking at our infill policy? Making changes to, because I don't remember our really wrestling with that or making any significant changes to our infill policy ever in my tenure.
Oh, but I think it's just the time and resources to implement or think about and develop those infill incentives. Those resources, databases for developers to go in, developing a path for people who want to do this by tapping their own equity that isn't daunting, that is like more like a catalog.
So what are the possible incentives? Because I'm not hearing anybody objecting to the goal of infill.
Right.
We have relatively small fees to begin with. You're saying, no, those are significant, so we could reduce those, but you have to have a way to backfill or.
So that's part of what I anticipate us gaining out of the cost of services analysis, and there's that scope is very wide, but to me, there should be some knowledge that we gain that could help us create some incentives.
I would love to see a list of what those incentives are, so we could make a choice about what the cost is, because obviously, if you don't have the money coming in, you're gonna have to find a way to replace that.
Well, I think we do need to look at that info policy, look at revising it to bring in incentives, other like these pre-plans, things like that we can do, because even if we have to pay a architect or a P or something, it's gonna be less than that person having developed it and sort of, pay the full development. So I think we do need to look at this and move that forward as far as, get out a work session, get a committee form, something like that.
You might need about time there.
Yeah, we should probably move on. Scott, can you get a quickie on this one? No, you're good? You sure? Okay.
Well, I'll say it, it's probably gonna say tax abatements.
I mean, tax abatements are the biggest of these, and it's the one we have to find.
Yeah,
Sure, so the next, instead of using the stick, we use the carrot. And they're easy for us to do. The problem with tax abatements is nobody likes coming and trying in front of the council, feeling like they're asking for a hand. And going through that process. If we could look at a process or areas in our city that we're gonna target for redevelopment.
Mhm.
And we designate those areas, infill is our policy, and that's what we want. Then let's overlay some tax abatement areas.
then it's acceptable. They're actually doing a benefit for the community.
The we approve, these are the areas. If you go to Big Sky EDA, who runs that part of our program anyway, for the most part, works with those folks. And you can check the boxes with EDA, you don't have to. They're approved. That's it. So long as you can meet the criteria that we set. What are we at? If nobody uses the program, we're not out anything. Right?
Yeah.
And we still have the same tax base.
We just, I have to identify those areas where we want to incentivize.
It's also especially have identified, right, kind of where areas need, but I should see, sure, identify it, but we, as council, I think we need to see that map and approve it.
Yeah, to me, that's a map for us to determine. That's the policy part of the conversation. What part of our communities do we want to target for infill development? I don't think that's not a staff development. That's the policy by saying, hey, we want to target these areas, so put priority on these areas, then you're pre-approved for a tax abatement. If you can check these boxes or move these criteria, and then you don't have to come with this. There is no uncertainty. I mean, the thing that we forget, we have inserted so much uncertainty in the development process these days. That it is not easy to do business in the city of Billings when you're a developer, like it used to be. Because of us and the uncertainty that we bring. We need to be looking at ways to bring that certainty back up. And encourage development through the certainty of the time.
Okay, so let's move on. Objective 2, we've already largely addressed this in our earlier discussion and talked about the creation of a transportation planning committee. So maybe we can come back to that if we need to. Can we just jump to objective 7? Because we're supposed to wrap up at 3:15. It only gives us 13 minutes. Objective 7 says complete cost of services study and determine its impact on regulations and fee structures. I know we had a little bit of an intro from our planners on what this could mean.
We actually are finance guys.
Okay.
Introduce, because when you read the question, the question describes what's the process we're gonna go through here.
Yeah, so, the cost of services study is gonna, well, I would guess we're probably half to 2/3 of the way through it. It's gonna, one of the large results that you'll have from it is a very comprehensive model that will allow us to make some estimates about if this type of development happens in this area of town. Here's what you can expect to see with the impacts generally on tax base. We've gotten that model from the consultants who've been working through it. There's some very large components to it. I've been working on the tax base side of it, making sure it looks, makes sense, it's logical. There's also a lot to do with land use decisions that have been made, that we anticipate will be made, and then estimates about future, population and workforce. That portion, has slowed down, and then largely due to just staffing capacity at this point. Once we've really gone through that with them, we'll turn it back to them and say, hey, yeah, we're comfortable with this. It looks like it's working. Things make sense, and then we'll start, and then they'll be able to complete the report. So as far as timeline goes on that, I'm not certain. It'll be, hang on, how quickly we can work with planning on kind of the planning use decisions and that, I think will require a fair amount of time from them.
So some of the steps we've talked about along with that is that internal team that's been working directly with the consultant, understanding what they produced in their spreadsheet, right? One. The director team being brought into that circle after that to understand, okay, what have we got here? How might it be used? As well as that subcommittee that helped create the scope. Keep trying to go back to that scope. And because we were very deliberate that we created a scope for some specific things. Then bringing it to council to go from there. So those are kind of the steps that we have to go from here to where we need to be.
But that's only halfway through, right?
Yes.
That's just getting in front of us.
Yes, so that then.
Then how are we
ultimately-
gonna use it?
Yeah,
right?
yes.
And so I'd love to say that right away, we're gonna start making, fee changes based on this thing, but I think it's gonna take us a couple years to get
Yeah,
there, right?
It's
We're gonna have to go through the process a few times. We're gonna have to go through some annexations and say, just model them in the model. And say, well, this is what we think it looks like based on the model that we have. And so then at least council starts getting some information during that annexation process. Then once we have enough trust in it, that it's actually working, then we can go forward and start making some decisions on how we might adopt changes to fees. But even for me, I think that's a step too far to say, on day one, we're just gonna change all our fee structure.
For sure.
Yeah, I think when you touched on it earlier as being more of an action item, and then you had talked about kind of where it fits under what objective. I was looking at objective one as a place that would fit very well. I mean, it's, from what I can see of this model, I think it'll do well to say, hey, if we took 40 acres in this part of town, because it does break the town into 8 areas, I believe. Yeah, if we took 40 acres in this part of town, converted it from, low value commercial to high density residential, we can get some visual comparisons on what we would expect to see with respect to revenues as they are today. So I think you could use it there as well.
But Andy, when I talked to you, I guess I was under the misconception that this would actually help us in the sense that I'm gonna build.
Let's only listen.
We're gonna build a house on this point. What does it cost to hook up the services to that? And you're saying that's part of it?
It's not gonna give you, it's not a impact fee analysis.
Because Mike, you already get that, you already know that, your engineering team already tells us what the connection fee needs to be. We call system development charge for water, sewer, one will be created for stormwater. But those utilities weren't included in this because we do impact fee studies every few years. These are the more nebulous, tougher things to figure out, frankly, parks, police, fire, streets.
If you really think about your
Planning.
general fund and public safety funds, I mean, those. And how those revenues come in for those funds, how are the tax base? This model takes into account, like, hey, what do we expect with regard to just general growth of our existing police departments, fire departments? What do we think is gonna happen as population grows? What are we gonna have to add? And what will the tax base have to do in order to support that?
So let's say another Briarwood would come in, would that tell us that we need 1.3 policemen then, or 2.3 firemen, would it be that kind of thing?
It does, it does make estimates about, again, population growth, and then we can set in there, you know, if we had a metric of like one police officer per 1,000 residents, you know, they'll tell you, okay, we're gonna add an increase of 3. So, okay, you should expect that this year you're gonna add 3, this year you're gonna add 6. You're gonna do that. But it does do that.
Will our cost of services study assign a different cost of public safety, i.e. police, maybe fire, based on type of development? It's easy to measure distance. Gotta drive the car a little bit farther, so the price goes up. Yeah, but how much? You're adding these many dwelling units, these many people, so you need this many more cops. Okay, that's consistent across the whole community. But what about apartment buildings versus single family homes? You know, I would say that that's a significant element, because there's different costs to type of development.
I would say the model does not get to that level of detail. Part of the study is they will produce a report with some, well, and I haven't seen that, I'm still working on the model, that with some benchmarks for other communities, or compared to other communities. And perhaps some of that will be in there, but the model does not get to the type of development and cost on the type of development.
Okay, so Mayor, that is though, to me, that is some of the questions we're gonna have, because I know in our scoping discussions.
Yeah.
We specifically were talking about and put in there the difference between an Anafeld subdivision and an Ironwood and an apartment complex. And wanting to know those differences. So the way the model right now, I think, carves the entire town right up into 8 segments. So we've got to learn more whether they didn't follow our scope or they missed something there, because definitely the conversation was,
We
we
talked
want to
about what's-
understand intensity of development, and is there any connection between it and cost of services?
and location around town. If
Yes.
we put a large apartment complex out at 62nd and Rimrock, what are those costs versus if we put it right downtown?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that was under our scope.
Okay, what else about the cost of service study? It's in process. Things are, this is progress.
It is an elephant, and admittedly, it's taking us longer than we had hoped, but the model is in the spreadsheet and the model is in. We've got it, and still though, trying to understand what we have and challenging, did we get what our scope identified that we asked for?
Once this is done and you've got it, will this need to be reviewed every 5 years, or what is the plan to look forward on?
I would ask you to think about the fact that this is so rarely done and so unrefined that I would assume so, but I don't, I mean. This first is really getting our head around, how does it function? What does it tell us? Before determining, is it every 3 years, 5 years, is it development patterns? How often you would update?
Will staff be telling us other communities that have done this and give us examples of that? Because it seems like other communities do it all the time, right? But we're seeing how difficult it is, so.
But there are.
There aren't,
But
so.
we have looked, and there are some, but, and Andy's found a few. And you'll find them on the utilities, you'll find them on streets, I mean, we can have, there's a street impact fee program in Belgrade and Bozeman
Is
and
the
lots of
impact fee,
cities.
yeah.
For streets, water, sewer, storm, fire. A few are starting to do things on parks and even admin. Belgrade has got a few I didn't even know existed yet.
So we are a bit of a pioneer in Montana.
On police, fire.
Yeah, other than hardcore utility
sorry.
impact fee stuff, okay. Okay, anything else on this one? You
Well,
guys want to?
maybe just, yes, wordsmithing things, so apologize, but I think rather than saying it says there, I think it should say, use cost of services study to determine if regulations and fee structures should be adjusted or developed. Seems to be a little bit complete and
Can you say a little more slowly because Gavin?
I'm gonna email him.
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay.
he added one word, I got that. And use two words, sorry.
We skipped over objective 2 because we'd had some previous discussion, improve multimodal transportation system to foster investment and redevelopment. Auto transit, bike, pedestrian, tightly linked to goal number 2. Is there anything more specific on that people want to talk about or add?
I had a conversation with Debbie, kind of was going to address this when we look at all the different streets. Well, what happens when we have flying cars?
Thanks for helping.
Well,
That's Jeff's problem.
I was.
Little over developed infrastructure at the airport.
So I think there is something here that we should probably talk about, and we've seen this several times over the last few months. We have these sidewalk assessments that come forward, and they are very expensive and burdensome for people. And this is a big part of what's playing into this objective. We all recognize the goal and the value of having a completed sidewalk or a pedestrian transportation options. But the costs are significant. So we need to think about ways that we can accomplish that goal in more financially sustainable ways for our residents. So coming up with ideas on how to do that, I think is something that should be included under, actions or something related to that goal that's outside the scope of what we talked about with Debbie, or in addition to it.
It is getting cost prohibitive for some.
Another thing that's outside of the Debbie committee plan, I think, it might be the private sector's role on non-vehicular travel, specifically bike share programs. We did our bike and scooter study. I was just in Washington DC last week. Everybody is traveling, but not everybody. There's a lot of bike lanes. There's a lot of people on bikes. They're all using the Metro bike, e-bike shares. Bike usage doubles as soon as you have e-bike availability. Scooters everywhere. We've always assumed that would be a private sector that would come in, and then we would talk about it, which is the model, which is fine. But we may need to be out there looking for those private sector partners, and I don't know that we're doing that. We're open to business. If somebody knocks on our door, I'm sure we'd talk to them. But I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that in a year.
We turned it down. We didn't want it.
I don't remember turning something down recently. Laura can fill us in. Yeah.
So we did do the bike scooter share feasibility study, and it did show that the community really supports a privately funded enterprise coming in. And then our next step with that was to release an RFP to bring a company in. We just have not been able to do that. That is kind of one of my big priorities for Elise to undertake in art, is to RFP out, because we do still get contacted by companies that do want to be here. But we just want to make sure they don't come in and drop them off one night and we're not prepared for it. That's why we want to do an RFP. So that is on one of our priority lists. So hopefully we'll start getting that private enterprise in here.
Okay.
I would only ask, is that really what we want to put as a priority right now? No. With planning? I mean, that seems like the lowest rung of priorities with all of the things that we're doing, particularly if this is going to be housed in a planning department. I mean, that's great if somebody wants to come here and present a plan, but for us to go out and try to solicit a private business to come to our community seems like the lowest level of priority, at least to me.
Yeah, and I don't think I disagree with you, but I've been asking the question, where are we at in that? And it sounds like we're, yeah.
Down in Tempe, Arizona, and they haven't been there everywhere, and people are going, this is the dumbest idea, because they just dumped this stuff in the middle of the corners, people couldn't walk.
You know, maybe, but I, obviously, there's thousands of people using it. People you're talking to might be,
But they weren't kids, because it's college.
kids are saying they don't want them?
But they didn't, the public did, the businesses didn't like them, because they just stack them up on the corner, people couldn't even get around them.
Yeah, and those are very real issues, but there's an age difference here. A major age difference. I mean, I'm not out there traveling on the scooter because my wrists are fragile when I fall, right?
Is that the only reason?
That's the only reason. That's the only reason. Okay, we're 3:19. The break is officially at 3:15. Let's take a break, come back at 3:30. I am if you are. Hit it.
Okay, the next goal up is offer outstanding library, parks, and cultural amenities. Under this goal, we have 6 objectives. Objective 1, activate parks and public spaces to improve a sense of community, improve health, and reduce crime. Objective 2, maximize the useful life of park recreation and trail assets. Objective 3, increase trail network through complete street implementation and recreational trails construction. Objective 4, increase recreation participation by 10%. Objective 5, create opportunities for dual purpose public spaces for parks and public works, stormwater, reservoir, etc. Objective 6, install 2 additional library special offerings by FY 46. We're focusing on 2, 3, and 4. Back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. So again, we'll follow the same pattern. We're gonna look at the goal, then we're gonna look at the objectives, kind of what's missing, what could be added, and then we'll dig into the highlighted ones. Mike Pig's with us, of course, Gavin is with us. Our transportation coordinator on trails are all here as resources, and we'll ask Mike to kind of introduce when we get to policy discussions 3, 4, 5, 6. But the first one up is the strategic goal, which again says offer outstanding library, parks, recreation, trails, and cultural amenities. Outstanding those items. Is that nobody's going to disagree, I don't think, right? Is it worded properly? How's our goal look? Is it sufficiently aspirational? We're saying we want to do it. We don't really say why we want to do it. What's in it for the community? Yeah, we say we're going to do it. Why do these things matter? Mike.
So when I was at the Chamber of Commerce, they had a meeting about the parks. They done a survey of the public, a statistically sound survey, and the survey came back, we don't want new stuff. All we want is the parks we have, but we want better. And the first, in my opinion, we didn't listen to that, but that's what the public said they would. But it says activate parks. Is that really what we want to do, or take care of what we have? That's all that.
He's on the objective.
Yeah, so you moved on to objective 1, and okay, let's stick with the goal, but then let's not forget to come back to what does it mean to activate? On the goal, are we okay, Mike, or Tom, whatever your name is?
So the change from last year is the goal was to increase parks, trails, recreation, and cultural investments. And now we want to say we offer outstanding library. Is this just a concession that we're not going to increase investments, and so we're just going to do what we have as best we can? Is that essentially what we're saying with this goal?
So I think, I mean, I would tell you that our internal conversation was a fair amount of the reality or the conversation that we're not taking care of what we have to the level we need to, and we do not want to even get in a worse position by focusing on the expansion and leaving behind operations maintenance. So direct answer to your question is yes. I'm not saying it's what we should necessarily do. We would like to be doing more, but we cannot forget that we have an operational deficit, maintenance deficit, let alone capacity expansion. So,
But it's hard to impact a deficit without increasing investments.
for sure. Yeah, I like all of these, as much as we, beat them around and wrote the resume and looked over it, hundreds of times. How this would be worded better, Mike, anything you would add top to this strategic goal?
Yeah, so, I mean, towards the goal, so I think when we started saying increase in offer more was we were thinking, how could we do more with the space that we have in a positive manner? And so, but it didn't actually look at trying to increase parkland and buy new, because we're not maintaining what we have currently to a proper level. And as Mike said, the survey told us, community wants us to maintain what we have, currently, and we're not even getting that done. So how can I ask for an increase? That's why I kind of started thinking about how we got to read up what we do right now. What the increase on the programming that will. So there's a number of increases. Increase in maintenance is one, but that's programming that we're offering, and then how can we utilize those spaces that we have better? And those are the increases.
So to be clear, and kind of along Mike's point, the survey didn't just say, all we want to do is maintain what we have. We want to finish what we have. Right, so that meant finishing the parks that we have and whatever. There are ways to increase our investments without acquiring new parkland or building $100 million rec center, those types of things.
And I guess I think Kat was talking about that. I believe that, when you say finish what we have, yes, that's in the plan. That is part of our plan. To finish what we have, I don't look at that as an increase. I look at that as just, we haven't finished it.
I would say our objectives are leaned on the operation maintenance, what we have side, but I didn't read into offer outstanding the goal statement that it was trying to be, it's only what we got right now. That, to me, you could read into that, you could read that statement, and if a city were doing that, that would be aspirational, offering outstanding library, park, recreation, trail, cultural amenities would be something to be very proud of.
So Tom, I guess I would pose a question like this. Do you think we already offer outstanding X, Y, and Z?
I think in many ways, when you look at the surveys and public satisfaction surveys, the people that participate in the programs say, yes, these are outstanding. Right, we get very good feedback on whether it's parks or library services. That we do offer a high level of services there. Do we offer enough? No, in my opinion, right? But I think I think depends on who you ask.
Is there
outstanding summer rec programming, right? But we're way short on capacity for the ability to do that. So depending on if you got in the camp or not, might influence your feedback on whether or not that's outstanding.
Would there be a value to add for all our citizens at the end of this goal statement? Because obviously we do offer outstanding library, parks, recreation, trails, and cultural amenities right now for some in certain places, certain ways. But there's an equity issue, right? There needs to be some parity across our community.
Whoever signs up in the first 5 minutes, so it's all
Right.
Yeah, people set alarms. Yeah. To jump on at midnight.
Yeah. So would, by just saying for all our citizens, help get us there, remind us of the equity issue? Any objection to that?
No, I'm saying too, because I think you're right. There's some people who can participate and understand. So we do want to have.
It may be based on location, economics, type of sports or interest or whatever. Okay, so good enough for the goal. Then the second thing then is back to the objectives. And do you agree that the staff has identified the correct objectives, if not what modifications are you needed, add, delete, modify. And we'll again come back to the 3 highlighted objectives.
To Mike's question. Activating the parks is more about the accepted principle of just having, so using recreational programming so that people are in the parks, using activities, and that helps, well, one, provide recreational opportunity, but it also helps make the whole park safer, and so.
But activate could mean, a park that we've had for 50 years around that's set aside, and we're not doing it. We know that we're not gonna do that, we don't have the money, so maybe change the word activate to something more disposable.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have identified parts of land that we want to slow the.
So you're saying activate developed parks? We don't want to say they're fully developed, because we have lots of parks that are partially developed, not fully. But there's a difference between a field, just literally just field, and one that's, we finished the first phase of a 17-phase plan to do the park.
No, because I think there's value to activating partially developed parks.
Yes, that's, I mean, we want to finish them. We want to.
Put in a trail so that people are hiking around there and.
Right, there's,
you know.
so
Dan wants to jump in if you were.
Right here. I think we're quite the weeds here. One of the most successful things that came out of this event last year was the pigs. Parks and when we put it out, was it right now?
Yeah, or two.
Yeah, rec to you.
I mean, how do we get more money to advance that this year? How, I mean, that, like that.
It is.
It is.
It is in here.
Let's answer the question. How do we get the money? Where do we need more money to get the money to do that? We're talking about goals and maximizing for what's part, and I get that, but like, let's do something positive. Let's get something more positive from that.
That's a classic example of activating parks.
We're talking a heck of activity parks. Let's talk about how we get this to big, the money to expand the programs that we were last year.
So you're gonna go deep, I mean, that's included in objective 1, but you're talking, what's the action item to?
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're gonna talk when Mike kicks things off into 2, 3, 4. We're gonna ask you specifically, because that's a program that is being funded by the taxpayers. There is no fee to participate. So we'll get into that a little bit, how to enhance that or.
Objective number 4, increase recreation participation by 10%. That
Yep.
would fit.
Yep, both. one and-
Okay, so let's not forget that.
So to get into the activate parks and public spaces a little bit more, it does have to do with these set of principles, but it has a lot to do with how we are interacting with our partners. So we've taken a very active part in working with the YMCA, working with School District 2, working with Boys and Girls Club, working with the food services who are bringing lunch to the parks. So we activate different parks and not just constantly concentrating on Pioneer Park or, you know, so I've got the YMCA now coming to North Park. It would never go there. I've got them now coming to North Park. I got food services back into North Park. We got Yellowstone Art Museum coming to South Park now for their, we've moved Shakespeare in the Park down to North Park now. So it's more than just, you know, what programs I can offer. It's how can I get more community involvement in those parks? And how can I foster that? And so, I think, you know, those are some of the things that we're doing to try and activate these public spaces. It doesn't even cost us anything. It's just, you know, getting the community to look at those spaces differently and quit constantly looking at Pioneer Park or Veterans Park as the only places in town that we can hold events.
But activate doesn't mean activating, Cottonwood Park.
I'd love to activate.
Cottonwood Park doesn't activate mean that.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's never gonna be a possibility.
But it doesn't, I think, you know, look at it as a goal, you know, when you set out there as a plan.
So thinking about it, I don't think they cut off the option on 39 month, but I know we're gonna go deeper into their head, but objective number 2, maximize the useful lighting infrastructure and realize that. I guess I don't really see that as a goal, so I feel like that's already what you guys have to do by default at this point, is that when we run stuff into the ground, so it doesn't work any longer, and it gets pulled out, and that's the only way playgrounds they're getting from trees, so
So we can go down to number two if you're ready, because, there's parts of that we haven't talked about.
Why don't we? Go ahead.
If you
Or-
want to
or-
go ahead.
Sure.
Well, I was gonna suggest we stay with, do we have the right objectives? Are we missing something about the objectives? I think though, if I was reading in, possibly Kendra, that your question isn't to define two yet, but the word maximize, are you just saying, run it until it's gotta be torn out? That's not what the conversations were at all. It were, how do we get a maintenance program funded properly so that we're hitting that sweet spot, just like a piece of infrastructure. We don't want to tear it out a day before it needs to, but when it's time to be replaced, we have a system in place that, boom, that playground set is being replaced. Instead of where we find ourselves with Zim Center, North Park, and South Park Pool.
I think that should be wordsmithed a little bit, because that's
Yeah.
not how I was reading it.
Okay,
Yeah,
So-
I think that makes sense, and it would get that objective more to a specific and measurable type thing. If we're talking about, best practice service levels or standards or maintenance levels, those
Okay.
types of things would make that more specific.
okay.
But I would like to make sure that we do the parks that we have going right now to get them to where they need to be before we start developing new parks.
And I wanted to add something, oh, I'm sorry, you weren't finished.
I just think that makes sense, because if you're gonna maximize your dollars, then you would do the parks that you have. I mean, we've got South Park Pool, we've got finishing up the North Park, you've got other parks that need work right now. And if we do that, and then we can prioritize after we get them. where we need to.
I was just going to, no, I'm sorry. I was just going to suggest that maybe some partnerships with our library. I mean, outstanding libraries, an outstanding library, I think we have a wonderful library. But I'm thinking in the area of youth and STEM, creating some of those partnerships. MIT has a program. NASA has programs. Some of those organizations have programs where maybe our library would benefit from some partnerships that could really make it outstanding, from really great to outstanding. And I don't know all of the details of those things, but there are some really great major institutions that partnership with libraries. Maybe we could try for.
So currently, we do have our with NASA. Jeff is also in the laboratory, I use University of Colorado and Wyoming. So, all of them in the STEM area. Currently, we're also reviewing, the hackathon, the Friends of the Library group. Has been written fully on the furniture that we take that page from, being static. Way, that's all the case already. On Tuesday, I'm putting forward a $62,000 proposal from the foundation. That has been greenlit for that. So we complete these to that purpose. Yes, we want to address public safety with that. Yes, games, entertainment, nature, but also.
I always love to ask questions where the answer is just ready to come out.
Perfect. Hey, Gavin, while we've got you on objective 6, install 2 additional express lockers. Those are paid for typically out of the foundation. Can you just tell us, are they getting used enough? That's cool technology, but are they getting used enough to justify even more of them?
Yeah, so if you recall, probably about 2 years ago, I think most of you in council said, hey, here's our plan. Right now, this April, we'll actually install number 4. We are about 12 months in advance of our 5 locker plan. They're absolutely genius. The next one actually that we put up on Zimmerman Trail, the pediatric clinic there, right across from base, okay? That's the intersection of 3 school districts already. Heights, locker, absolutely, people love it out there. I'm thinking this one's actually gonna blow that one out of the water. We have here some affiliation with Lockwood, it's a smaller one, but our town partner out there. Numbers support that actually start the season on that for a person, to be a person. We're ahead of the game, but like I said, 3 need a possible, we're gonna for all that. With the numbers.
So is this objective already done?
Not yet, no, we need number 5.
So
By FY
would you say really they have, he's gonna have to by end of 26?
No, so right now, the capacity is built for 5, so we have 3 that are operational right now, 4 will go in April. 5th, we had a spot, and that spot kind of fell through. Like a part, so, so we don't know where we're gonna go in number 5.
So it should be by 24 instead of 26, sounds like you're gonna make it easy by end of 24.
It could, but it's all local. We don't have a partner. With that, right now, we've got our partnership with the medical community. And that is through the foundation as well, with our MDU, with, content. So we're kind of disappointed we want to go different. You know, do we do that? It's all pretty simple. Something like that outside of the medical, with the original, partnership. You know, south side, we don't really have a partner yet.
Maybe we need to, edit it so it says amazing, outstanding. So that we're still aspirational.
Okay, so go ahead.
Mike, when you said activate parks, are you talking every single park, or do you have particular parks in mind, a number of parks? Are you looking at parks and different parts of the community? I mean, what is your aspiration when you say activate park? What are you trying to do?
So when I was asked to prepare these goals, it was with public safety aspect and I said, what are some of the things that parks can do that have an impact on public safety? And that was activating the spaces that we have, bringing more activity. If I can activate every park that we clearly have, that exactly what I'd like to do. So we are encouraging people to use spaces that they would never think of utilizing before, bringing more activity to every space that we can. So that it activates those, makes them safer, there's more of a community focus. We're looking at more times where we're getting more murals going into parks, things like that, that bring the community in to start activating those spaces. We're encouraging school district 2 to branch out, start utilizing our natural areas, working with Rocky Mountain College to do that.
Well, are any of the parks currently active?
Current active,
Yeah, are they currently active?
all of our parks are.
Okay, so that's where I'm not sure where this is objective, if our parks are already active, we're gonna activate them. We'll give you more, I mean, what's the objective of the project?
So I guess I should have wordsmithed that said.
Increase.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's, to that point, what's the measure there?
Yeah.
How do we know? We know Pioneer is probably over-programmed.
Comanche is not.
Yeah, so what does an act?
Is it just
What's that
usage?
measure of activity?
Should we just say increase usage of parks? Because it's probably bodies, but to Tom's question, how do you measure that?
Love to have counters every park and be able to say, well, 17 people in the
Yeah.
park. There's no way that we can feasibly do that, but I can come back to you and I can say, you know, I got the YMCA now doing these many more parks. I got the school district providing lunch at this many more parks. I've got, SD2 utilizing this park for nothing. So I don't know, you know, I'd love to be able to count each person that walks through the park, but I don't have.
It's being made by partnerships, by the amount that is a number of partnerships and how you're reaching out to those partners to activate those spaces.
With like the Recreation program, you activate a lot of parks that weren't activated before by that program. So such stuff like that, when people are using it, that park becomes activated.
So and that's increasing the recreation. That's objective number 4 that, you know, there's more discussion we had on that. So this was more, in my opinion, was more of that outside activation, getting them eyes on, you know, like having someone paint a mural on a park. So now I've got that community connection. How to measure that insight?
Is
I
it-
haven't figured that
Is
out.
it public perception of park safety? Is that the measure of whether or not a park is active or not? If somebody feels comfortable going there and safe for them?
I guess that is one of the main goals for that. I mean, look at what all we've done in North Park, and the goal of that was to make people feel safe. So now they start utilizing North Park and see it as a refuge instead of a place where they were afraid. So maybe we increase the safety.
Maybe we should put a target there, some kind of numeric that it's not. We know realistically, we can't go from 50 to 100 overnight. We've had a lot of activation. We're not gonna get it all the way there in a very short period of time, but we wanna grow it aggressively. But when we get into the money, that'll be part of the conversation. Rec to you as an example, that is a quote unquote free program to users. Well, nothing is free. That means it's being paid for out of the parks budget. So we've got to be comfortable funding the parks budget if we're going to increase free program, but that's future conversation. So.
Good conversation. Mike, you want to take us into objective 2?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought we were still reviewing, do we have?
Yeah,
the
do
right
we
to
have the
talk?
right objectives? Are there
right.
any you take
Is
off
there-
or add?
So I'm not terribly comfortable yet that we have we have a lot of half developed parks because we've never had any kind of regular investment program in just making small improvements in parks. Whether that's a new playground where park didn't have it before, or a new loop trail, or what have you. So to me, we have to have something in here that says, you know, this is important. We have to deal with this. Going forward, we have to have some amount of small new investment in new development to improve things. It's not just about replacing what we have. And I don't see anything, and looking into the action items below each of these objectives, I don't see anything that's there that kind of gets to we have to start finishing things off, even if it's slowly over time.
You should have a word that says complete a park.
And just to follow up on that, because I want to support that very much so. It's not just about finishing what we've got, it's getting the biggest bang for the buck wherever you can get it. So we could build a rec center at Pioneer Park, and I'm sure it would be used, but we already have a rec center there. New one would cost us $5 million. But that's an existing park, and arguably that's just improving what we already have or maintaining what we already have, right? Or we could spend $10,000 putting in a trail in a natural area at Phipps Park or at Cottonwood Park for $10,000, and all of a sudden we get a couple hundred extra people using it. So where are we getting the biggest bang for the buck is more important, I think, than these artificial distinctions between new, old, existing, whatever, of just where can we benefit the most people?
But doesn't that all talk to Mike's first point about activating the park then? If you put in a trail that activates. And so could that not be new investment is?
I would count that as new investment.
So activation, by
Yeah.
having that first goal of activation, it could include that. Now, that's not physically written out there that says you're going to build, invest $2 million in the parks to activate them. That's not specific enough, not measurable enough, because we don't have the money, but sure, it could be included as part of activation.
But to Tom's part, there's really nothing that gives us permission here to develop anything new. And
We got like several categories here, right? One category is replacing and taking care of the stuff that we have, not to disagree with your point. I agree with your point, like Zim Center being an example. We don't need to activate that space more, but at some point that facility is no longer suitable to serve its need. There's that kind of scenario. There's the park literally has got a master plan that we're half done with, that we need to implement more things. And then we've got these spaces where literally they are empty pieces of ground that are there for a park. And all three of them are kind of three different buckets, all of the park system.
And to throw on to that is, we don't have anything in here that really speaks to matching funds or incentivizing partner and matching funds to do this kind of development.
yeah, and affordability and because as we've talked about, we want to get the biggest bang for the buck, and part of that is, can we motivate and leverage private donors?
We allocated $100,000 one year. We didn't redo it this past year, but we should,
But we should,
in my opinion.
and grow that, in my opinion.
We did. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep.
The taking it away. You see about what it actually does.
What's that?
The taking that program away this last year reduce the amount of donation charitable contribution.
I didn't push to reinstitute it this year because the focus was on the bond.
Well, what I'm saying is, we took that away. We still most certainly got charitable contributions in. Did us taking that matching?
I think they have to burden towards the bond effort. Right, so a lot of people that would have done those types of things, this second year probably reallocated some resources and some attention to the bond effort. And then I would expect to introduce a matching program again this year. Because we no longer have it.
I think what Scott's at, right, are you saying if?
Gonna come in anyway.
I'm just saying there's not a, it's not a good comparison, right?
If no
We have-
program exists, are we gonna see less private investment? That's.
I would assume so.
What I've seen,
Are you
Scott,
telling me that the donors are not gonna donate if the city doesn't match them dollar for dollar? That's what I'm saying.
That's their incentive to donate. No.
isn't Poly Vista, I feel like is a really good example where. It doesn't directly answer your question, but there was a commitment to match the work at Poly Vista, right?
Yep.
Poly Vista Park. The city has set no funds aside to follow through on its commitment to match. But now that we're actually following through on that commitment of building parking lots and infrastructure, they seem to be raising more money to finish their sections too. There certainly was a lot of animosity, at least at the table. This is anecdotal, but in the conversations at the table with them, with our park staff and admin, when meeting with them, there were lots said about the city doing nothing financially as they're out there raising 6 and 7 figures to build our parks. So the partnership they emphasized, and I heard that also up in the Heights, where the splash pad is, that us being a partner is a big deal to getting projects done for our community. Doesn't mean they would. Well, it was the next part of it was already here when I got here, but right, that group agreed to take on parkland.
You're talking about the Oasis.
Yes, yeah, I'm
not the
sorry.
splash pad.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, the Oasis.
So Poly Vista wasn't specifically that matching program, that $100,000, that's much bigger than that, but an example of the $100,000 matching program, the Parks Foundation saw that was an opportunity, raised $40,000 to do shade structures up along Skyline Trail, knowing that they could have that matched and they could actually afford to then do something of significance up there. So yes, it was very effective, influencing people to take advantage of that and do projects that were probably bigger than what they would have been able to do on their own. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, I think in the world of donations, it's very competitive out there.
Right.
The Parks Department Foundation is competing with all the other nonprofits for those donor dollars.
So did we resolve adding something about, are you satisfied?
I think we've got to come
Yeah,
up with,
something to work
I think we got to come up
okay,
with,
okay.
laying- I think we're gonna have to come up with some objectives that try to hit, are we gonna try to segregate all three? The maintenance, finish the parks that are already started, and the places that we haven't even started building a park, but the land it's sitting there for that purpose.
Are we ready to go to objective 2 and ask Mike to give us a little more intro on maximize the useful life of parks? We talked about that word maximize, recreation and trail assets. What's meant by there, and maybe we need to be more specific or clarify that a little bit.
Maybe needs clarification about that. So the 2017 comp plan identified that we were $2 million plus short of funding maintenance and operations to the level it needed to be to maintain what we had. We never have filled that gap. That gap has stayed consistently there. We look to do cost of living adjustments, but that's just to get us to paying for the same, while we're doing the same thing. Our parks are failing. I've said this many times. We've got problems out there that we're not able to address because we have a funding shortage. And I can give you all kinds of examples. We're not going to maximize our useful life. We're going to have to start taking things out because we are not maintaining them to the level they need to be maintained. That's why I said maximize. I don't know if that's the right wordsmithing or what.
it seems like a critical element is that deferred maintenance.
Hmm.
And that concept should be part of this for people to understand that. I guess I'd suggest, Yeah.
What problem is when we started talking about deferred maintenance, that immediately went to playgrounds being removed, swimming pools being removed. That's a whole nother item. Those are those amenities that we're making. I'm talking about just general park maintenance, trail maintenance, proper turf maintenance, things like that. It's not getting done.
So I think, Mike, help us, you've helped me.
Mhm.
So talk about like how park fields or grass, because they're not fields. Grass areas are being used by, you know, groups in town because they need space and how that affects.
Right, so people come to us requesting park space to practice rugby, lacrosse, all those items. We have to put them on park space that was not designed as an athletic surface. Rugby, lacrosse, even soccer, it's a huge impact on a park, especially one that was not designed to be an athletic surface. And we don't have the inputs to put back into that to raise that standard of maintenance or even to keep it as good turf. So I'll give you an example. The south end of Rose Park Pool, we did for Rose Park. We put the rugby teams down there. We've got 3 rugby teams that are now, or rugby groups that are using that as their home base. They're wearing it out, just through normal play. Because it was not designed as an athletic field, and I don't have the money to input it back into it to bring that level back up. House Rock Park's another great example. We put a lot of sporting events up there, soccer, the flag football, the little guy football. That space, the church, a nice flat space, was never designed as an athletic space. It was just designed as open park. Well, now we're wearing that grass up. It's just wearing out. We can't go in there and verify. I don't have enough manpower. I can't throw the fertilizers that we need. We're not doing what it takes to just maintain turf.
can you just clarify how would an athletic field be designed differently? I have no idea.
Yeah, and so, you know, just to say, Amon Park will be designed properly either. They just built it and we raised the level of maintenance there. As you all remember, APPC started paying us to do proper maintenance there, and now they have a decent surface to play on. The difference, if you were to build it and design it as an athletic field, you would amend the soils as you went, that would taint and have more of a, you know, they've got a different sand, soil and clay content that actually can take better, if you don't get the impact and you don't have action issues, and you can encourage deeper rooting and things like that. It just provides a footing surface that doesn't tear up as people utilize. So a normal athletic field would have that. All we did was took the native soils, smeared them out flat, hope they would grow good grass.
Interesting.
And it
Learn
still looks
something.
good until it's so worn that it turns to dirt. I mean, that's when I would notice that it was a problem, when it's dirt. As long as it's green, it's fine, right?
Down next, you look over at House Rock Park, you go, oh, that look that bad. Then when you go out and walk on it, and then I look at things a little bit differently. But I walk out on that and I see a whole bunch of non-weed spaces and things like that. Those are just indicators to me of very, very poor turf health, and they're going to fail on a rapid basis. They are failing.
Mike, you said, in that park, they usually take care of the field, they do a little more than that. So when these user groups that are, you know, are gonna tie their to the turf, is there any fees that you can charge them to help to, so you can maintain like they do in the park?
Yeah, so like, to give you a designated surface, like I was mentioning, rugby to it, let's just stick with that. They pay us $150 a year to use that space, to reserve that space. Now, I agree, that's very low, and we could raise that fee, and that's part of what we would like to talk about today, is how we raise those fees. But if we raise them too high, they just don't pay, and they still go use the surface. Because it's part of that, so they can do that. You know what I mean? So there's no way I can really stop the rugby group from going there. The only thing they pay us $150 to do is to basically reserve that space so that lacrosse can't be in there practicing. And if lacrosse is there practicing and they come in, they have the park use agreement that says, hey, we've got this space leased. Right.
So you can't enforce damage to the park, use damage to the park? Is that not similar to vandalism by overusing the park like that? I mean, if you get someone who weighs too much on a swing and breaks the swing, you know they're gonna, or they start using zip lines that are
incorporate weight, and start managing that weight, and that similar type of, yeah, well, and like a swing, I mean, anybody can go use a swing. And so if they see the weight capacity, I don't know, they would never really post that weight capacity in the swing, but the point is there's someone's using it, and you have to charge more for their use, you would think that they would have to pay for that use. It's not normal use, it's happening. There's a lot of cities that do that style, and Missoula's got a very good program that do that. But they have people that are out there all the time enforcing that. And so they're saying, you're a user group on this field and you didn't pay that extra amount, you don't get the fees there. Right. And so, we don't have that person that gets to do that either. But then once they do charge that fee, then of course they're putting it back in. So like even Little Leagues, they charge Little Leagues $25 a game to play in the league. We don't, we just charge $150 and they get the field for the whole year.
And there's a sweet spot to those things, right? Because we want the kids engaged in a positive activity using the park in the field. But we're at a level, as Mike's saying, that there isn't somebody to watch it and we're trying to engage kids.
The dog parks are wearing it. I mean, I guess it's hard for everybody to walk through the gate of that dog park, but the dog parks are wearing out. So I don't have a good method to recapture those dollars that are spent.
Mike, this doesn't address those fundamental financing issues, but just for the clarification of the language of objective 2, would it be okay, or anybody else, to start to read like this, adding address deferred maintenance issues to maximize the useful life and usability of parks, recreation, and trail assets, period. So I've added at the beginning, address deferred maintenance issues, and then I've added and usability after useful life. So it's not just a matter of making it last longer, but actually it's usability.
So once again, I get what you're trying to do, but I don't look at this deferred maintenance. I just say properly maintained. So fund to a level that I can properly maintain. Deferred maintenance to me goes to something where we haven't been able to take care of that problem, like a swing set or a swimming pool or a shelter that
Provide
fix that deferred maintenance on those.
adequate maintenance.
This is just general maintenance.
Okay, so what if we just said provide adequate maintenance to maximize the useful life and usability of parks, recreation, and trail assets?
So I'm looking at.
Get that?
Well,
Did you get that, Gavin? What's that? Ooh, no, it just says provide adequate maintenance. It doesn't say anything about how we're gonna actually fund it. That's obviously the grill in the room, but yeah.
So I'm looking at the action items associated with this objective. And their use, City Works asset management system to manage and track maintenance of parks, recs, and trails. Determine and communicate the impacts of meeting best practices for ongoing maintenance standards. Work with partners to enhance maintenance of facilities managed by user groups. To me, these are things that were identified as maintenance related in the comp plan, as you started out talking, right? Really what you're trying to do with this particular set of action items is say, we want to complete all the comp plan items related to maintaining our park system. And check that off the list. I mean, that's really what you're trying to get to here is not so much, address any specific maintenance issues, but really finish that comp plan work that was identified in 2017 as you get ready to go into the next comp plan update in a year or two, whenever that's good. Is that really what you're trying to get? That's what you're saying with your action items.
Well, yeah, maybe my action items weren't worded properly either, but it is to fulfill that comp plans. The items they were identifying, yes.
And part of that was that funding gap, right? Which isn't listed here as an action item, but maybe it should be. Because they did identify that as a budget shortfall and, help using the best practices, education that you might provide us to help justify a maintenance budget increase or something like that. Right? That's what I think, what it seems like you're trying to get at here, and by trying to say it's, I think the objective is just a little broader than what you're trying to actually do. Just to make it specific and measurable, otherwise it's unknowable how we evaluate Chris on whether or not he accomplished this objective.
So what are we doing about the language of objective two?
I was just suggesting that this is completing the work of the comp plan related to maintenance.
It is true, we did absolutely pulled the comp plan, I mean, Mike. That's the foundation of of a lot of the information on this component.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get that comp plan finished in 1 year, so I would pick and choose out of that comp plan, what percentage and what amount, but something to affect, just like we have the chief and the fire, both chiefs keep talking about how far they got on the CPSN report. Same thing on this is, okay, I'm gonna get through X number of issues on the parks.
This wasn't everything from the comp plan, but these were the maintenance, the big maintenance related items under that.
So should the language say provide adequate maintenance in accordance with the, whatever the date was, comp plan? To maximize, because you want to refer back to the comp plan.
I
Okay,
think that just makes it a bit more specific.
sure, that makes total sense. Okay, got that, all right. So, funding, we can come up with one little silly sentence here, right? But it doesn't solve the fundamental problem of money. Should we talk about money? On this item, what is there, what's the, you got a magic wand there, Mike, to suggest we?
Well, yeah.
We talked about user fees, that was one thing, right? Increasing user fees.
So we talked, and we, you know, I guess I was gonna go on the user fees for the recreation participation by 10%, because that's kind of what we have done our discussion under user fees, because the user fees all come to the rec. That's how we collect them, that's how we do that. So, but we can discuss that now. The user fees are definitely one vehicle we can utilize to help start funding this. I'll give you another example of things we're not doing. We're not even capturing all of the costs that it takes to hold an event in the park. So the Yellowstone Art Museum holds their event in the park. We put countless hours in there to help them set up, tear down, haul the trash, provide all the services there, and we charge them $150. Not even close. At some one time, council had come up with the idea that we needed to, that there's a theory out there that, you know, is public, we should fund some of those items to help these nonprofits, especially in one of the activities that it's much like the YMCA. We charge the YMCA $150 for their whole program throughout the whole summer. And they bring 200 to 300 kids a day to the parks. We don't even come close to capturing the cost of what that costs us. I believe that that's a very important function that we provide, because the YMCA couldn't afford to provide those spots in their camps if we didn't help, you know, fund that. And so then there would be a lot more kids out running around the streets and parents that don't have daycare and things like that. So I think there is a reason why we do it, and it's because it helps society as a whole.
Well, I didn't see you start more than.
Most definitely.
And all of the been that,
Ever since I've been in the city,
and all of that,
I've been here for 11 years.
so we've never increased the rate.
Not that
I think it's time to look at that. That's the kind of thing that we need to do, is look at all the different rates and fees. We found that in some of the public works, fees would have been adjusted in 20 years. So any of those type of fees, I think, should be caught up to what the current amount would be.
And so we have a proposal to come forward to council with a fee increase and structure that. The concern still is that, you know, we raise the fees high enough. We say, okay, when someone comes and holds a picnic with 50 people at one of our parks, this is what, currently they're paying us $100 to do that. It actually costs us way more than $100 to facilitate that event. So if we say it costs us $200 to do that, then they won't even pay that. They'll just come and utilize the facility. Now we get $0 for the same event.
And so, there's a line there. We're not even close, but I hear we can raise those fees. It's just.
Mike, can I ask you a question about the process? You said like 3 times, we do X and we don't even come close to covering our cost. Do we have a way to measure cost, your time in particular, and to communicate that to users, especially organized businesses that you can sit down and have a conversation with? The analogy would be lawyers charge by time, their time too. And if a lawyer sends a bill to a client, represent you at the summary judgment hearing, $8,000, and it's 1 sentence, right? You'll get lots of phone calls immediately, of course, right? But if you go through detail that all of it went into it and all of it, and the detail explains your justification. Can we do that for the public? Can we provide that backup?
It's really difficult, because once again, park space, that space isn't just used by that person. So, I say to a group, well, if you come in and hold your picnic here, we're gonna need to haul 5 trash cans over to you and haul them away. Well, then they say, well, somebody else threw trash in there, the trash. There's all these other things, it's a public space. And so, we tell them that they have to bring a portable bathroom in, but then if they don't bring one, I don't have a mechanism that allows me to say, well, you don't need to go over there, here. Now they're utilizing our bathroom, and now I have to send somebody back in to clean it and do all those things, but it's a public space. So it's really difficult to come up with that number, though.
Yeah.
We have better ideas, for like Bill's Car Museum, because we've helped facilitate that event for so many years. We know, okay, and we work better with them now and make them bring in a trash, container brought out by Public Works, so that they're not just utilizing our trash cans and we're having to dump them 3 times throughout the day. We don't open our public bathrooms anymore for those events because they just get overrun and we can't get in there to clean them. So we do some things that way, but it's that we got to mark the irrigation system so that you can put your fence up, and we have to, make sure the turf is moved to the proper height. We can probably spend an extra day mowing. Those are things we can capture.
So Mike, are there it seems to me what I'm hearing, a lot of work's being done to bring to council fee structure changes. There's gonna be a sweet spot to that where it could go too far and push people away. And I can't believe there will be a political sensitivity that there should be, as well as administrative. That's one mechanism, but I'm gonna be surprised if when you bring those fees, that's gonna generate tens of thousands of dollars into the system. Doesn't mean they're not important. But my guess is that is not going to cover an FTE. So other issues, to the mayor's question, yes, if you read one of my earlier versions of the agenda here, it said something like, we've taken a step backwards by moving Park District 1 into the general fund. That's on an assumption that if we don't even count the mills that it took to swap out Park District 1, then the assumption is with competition between Parks, Police, and Fire, Parks is going to be back to where it was pre-Park District 1, and every year inflation and other things are going to eat at that. So policy question may be something like, do we want to set at all kind of the parks budget or what it was last year or something, whether you just relate to Park District 1 or the whole thing, and say we're actually going to count the mills that we made that swap with versus the dollar amount. Why? Because then at least, and it's just a policy direction, it's nothing in law, but the policy body would be saying to Mike and Andy and I, if the value of a mill goes up by 1.9% or 6%, it's helping to fight inflation in the Parks Department, not just in other departments. But whether we fund through mill levies, whether we create smaller districts as Park District 1 goes away, or another district. Yes, at the end of the day, if more money needs to go into the system, if the decision is policy-wise, we want to do it, there's only a couple, 2 or 3 tools to do that. And those, whether they should be approached, how they're approached, when they should be approached, are all things that, yeah, we're kind of on one hand licking our wounds from our losses last year and wondering if these conversations are gonna come up again in the next 5 years. Or, no, oh my gosh, we had all this momentum, we did all these things, the community said, but for that darn rec center, we would have given you $43 million. I don't really believe that, but anyways, a lot went into these conversations. Where do we go from here? On the actual dollars, because fees are gonna help, but they're not gonna bring in. They're not gonna kind of bring in this, the transformational change that's ultimately needed long-term. And we have a community that we want and is growing in its uses of these spaces.
So Chris, I think there was a policy question you had in that, but can you state it in a sentence? Because then we can, yeah.
Well, I think, I don't have a recommendation whether we create district, whether we use levies. I think at a minimum, from last year's roll in of Park District 1, we should count the number of mills that took, and that number of mills, we should be thinking of approaching the budget, that number of mills is going into the park department each year going forward.
I like that as an objective, that, because I have been still struggling in the consultation too, because I feel like so much of this lands back in council's lap in terms of our willingness to fund it. It's that, yes, we make some money from fees, but nowhere near enough to cover what we are talking about. And so I hate to have an objective that where we're saying, we didn't do this, Mike. Even though it's really comes down to council's policy and political responsibility to take that financial step. So I like the idea of adding an additional objective that calls that out. And maybe it is just the number of mills, that there's a commitment to that, which I think would be not a bad objective, that would be measurable, even this year by year. It's starting the progress on that. I think I know they all have to do with money, but this one in particular, I think the responsibility for funding this doesn't lie with the first department. I mean, it lies with you identifying what needs to be done and what's best practice. Because it's now all in the general fund.
That lies with the community, so.
Well, I mean, but council, I think, needs to take some responsibility for that, so I think there needs to be an objective or something in there.
Well, we have a certain amount, this is what we talked about years ago, we should is move the entire parks department out, with a separate enterprise and have that go out for voters, and then they'll fund it the way they think the park should be funded. So that's really what we're probably looking to do, is putting out a positive, bond or not bond, but a mill levies to say up to that kind of mills, whatever that amount is. And then we set their parks budget based upon those mills. And the mills may not change, but the value of the property does, and so that will keep up with the rate of inflation, things like that. And if there is a little bit of slack or need to build in there to increase for some bonding for some projects and do some of that. But I think that is something we should really look at addressing, to move that out of the general fund. So we're not competing with this part.
I like your identifying as one option for housing to it. But even back up, and before that is the responsibilities to it. I don't know if that's a language exactly that I'm looking for, but I hate to see an objective in here that you can't accomplish, because if you don't have support, is it possible? Does that make sense?
It's a funding objective.
Same problem
Yeah, it's a funding objective.
if PD1 did not go away. You're telling me because you didn't have enough money for maintenance, just what you made. Correct. So you need a solution to try to do the maintenance. And probably the only way is to go back to the voters. And maybe you look at different districts around the community and see if the people want to put money into their neighborhood park.
And again, I like that is or like action solution to the bigger problem. I'm just trying to identify the larger problems, this funding issue.
It's gonna be you're saying,
That's what I'm saying.
might increase the trailer. Well,
Right,
okay, I
well,
will,
we
but where's
want
my
money,
money?
where's the money to do it,
So
right?
we have to be we have to give him the money in order to achieve this.
Exactly.
We can't achieve this without.
That's not, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but that's not different than any other action item or objective on here. Right? Nobody's gonna accomplish any of their objectives if we council don't allocate appropriate resources to do that.
And I don't,
Put it in here, it must be saved with the help of the council in giving the money in order to do it.
I don't think all of these imply that council
Yes.
is
Yeah.
involved in them. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think there's
sure.
any bifurcation of get to work, let us know how it goes. We all have an obligation to ensure staff are successful.
Absolutely.
people in fact are confident that.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is our shared vision.
So I think whatever the council, whatever they direction they go, then Mike has to constrict to meet what funding level he's got. So it might be, as useful life goes, it's coming out of the parks. Now, we're not gonna maintain that. He's gonna have to adjust his maximization based on the funding level you get.
And
Yeah.
identify opportunities if
Yep.
funding levels change.
Yep.
I mean, that's ordinary budgeting.
Like Jeff doesn't have to worry about us budgeting thing to try to get the return.
That's what I'm saying, I think there is a difference to me in terms of parks down and back in the general fund. There's a difference, I think, versus the enterprise. It's like, you're exactly right, this math, council's not gonna. You can't even really have the airport budget even if we wanted to, because most of it comes from the feds anyway, so. I think there is a distinction in my mind.
Well, but how is it just different than what the planning department has to do on all of these other things? I mean, they're not an enterprise fund.
We have 3 funding.
It has a difference, yeah, is that you're talking about the inputs into it. Here, parks, you've got general fund, you've got fees. Is there anything else that?
I mean, the two I would compare, Jennifer, is you're accurate. I think what I would describe differently though is. In public works generally, so infrastructure, there's been a strong. Policy direction for many years that we need to fund that properly, not maybe exactly where we would say it should be. But that support for absolutely covering inflationary costs, construction inflation, getting closer to caught up on pipe replacement, stuff like that. That's been a shared public policy and staff goals. On the park side, we're still coming off of candidly the years of you were not making inflationary adjustments to what's coming into the department for operations and maintenance.
I'm not suggesting that budget isn't an issue. I'm
Yep.
suggesting that I don't like the idea that somehow this becomes something we hand to staff and walk away.
Oh, absolutely.
Obviously, we're going to continue to discuss, but
Yeah,
our
for sure.
job is to resource people to do the
Yes.
goals we've set. So I guess I'm not understanding.
I'm just saying, I think that in terms of this one. I think there needs to be a separate objective that identifies that somehow. Because I guess I find it so different too from the connotation of public works, where you can say, okay, so we need to do this critical infrastructure, look at the water treatment plant, right? Raise fees to cover that, darn.
But Debbie didn't do that autonomously, right? I mean, she was council and they set fees.
I agree with you that this is a partnership. I'm just saying, I think there's a difference in terms of the departments. That's why I would like to see separate objective under this category, because the inputs into it are so much more limited. And council's ability to finance it is very different than the ability to raise.
Just what they do.
Things.
So fees haven't been raised in 10 years on this, and so a lot of that is the parks department and making sure that unfortunately, because when you go from not raising the rates in 10 years to raising rates where it should be, it's gonna be a shock to the public. And so like Public Works did with the enforcement fees, they went over a period of time and then, but accelerated them over to get them there. So those are the kind of things that's maybe the goal is to say, okay, we're going to over the next 5 years. Increase rates, fees to cover our costs, for groups over the next 5 years, something like that.
I'm agreeing with both of you. I agree with
What
that.
objective do you want to see in here?
I want to see an objective that says, let's see, so after extending library parks and recreation scales. Identify opportunities for changes or improvements to public policy that will appropriately resource the parks department. something like that.
So the objective is look really hard for funding.
Yeah.
Well,
So are we-
These are looking at alternative park plans. Well, so, but I think it's also just having a more predictable, like something that can be counted on for multiple years, right? I mean, because and we have met transits, the library have a certain amount of mills that are associated with those, and so they're just a lot easier or secure, yeah. I think you're right, but there's lots of different ways to get there, but I think what we want to do is have some other way to fund the parks outside the general fund, or even if it's in the general fund, somebody like Chris is saying, that okay, we're gonna split the park budget at X number of million a year.
Does anybody have any problem with adding an objective that just highlights the need for thinking about park funding?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just, maybe it's not important. I'm really struggling to understand. I get we have enterprise funds, but tomorrow morning we're gonna kick off with public safety and they are equally challenged. I mean, is this going to be something where we want to have a resource goal for every strategic, or I'm sorry, a resource objective for every strategic goal? It just seems to me so inherent.
So maybe what we're missing out are on the consequences side. If you don't fund public works, they don't have any water in the money. If you don't fund solid waste, we only pick up the garbage once a week. That's not true with the parks. If we don't fund it, the consequences are the grasses look bad, but people still need it. So I think when you're talking about enterprise funds, very often they're tied to something very, very important. We don't fund the airport 24. So I think sometimes maybe the consequences of funding position make funding more imperative for some of the functions that we have in the city than others.
I wonder, Jennifer, and I could see us, you could argue we'll fail at this, but the failure would be the council's, not just staff's. If there was an objective that said something about bringing back funding options. They all don't need it, but we recognize that in the parks area, we've got a steeper hill to climb. There's only a limited amount of tools, whether it's utilizing some of the 10 mills capacity, whether it's a vote of the public in a levy or not doing those things.
Whatever you think is best. I'm clearly outvoted on this one. I don't see that as any different than police and fire.
Yeah, I agree. It isn't any different than police and fire. And sometimes, I mean, we'll look at, maybe it would be a funding because you got two sides of it. You got your spending side and your income side. And so maybe we just have too much for spending on it. So maybe we need to look at closing, reducing the actual amount of parks, because that could be an option too, to help on the entire park department. Is what parks do we have out there that really are so underutilized that we could actually be able to sell them off and put housing in there instead of having parkland? So those are I think overall, maybe the whole parks department needs to be reevaluated to find out, how can we appropriately fund it, and maybe we need to cut some of it out. Maybe fixed part should be out in the county where it is, not part of the city, things like that.
Well, I think the funding sustainability could very easily fit as an objective. And some of the things that we talked about under 2 could actually fit under it as well. We're talking about increasing, fees or maintenance budgets, those kinds of things. What we're really talking about is, and we saw this in the comp plan too, with cost recovery percentages, right? And so this idea that we need to look at the sustainability of the department and what we can get from different sources, whether it's recovery percentages for rec programmings or permit fees or user fees, whatever. What portion of it comes from tax revenues, what portion comes from other assessments or what have you. Looking at the overall financial sustainability and the model of the department might be a good objective, and some of those things might point us to there needs to be a mill levy. A dedicated mill levy is the best way to go about it. But it will identify different ways that we could close probably a small part of that gap through user fees or the other things that the comp plan pointed out in terms of prioritizing the different level of services we had for different programs or different components of the department and where we look to recovery fees. We've never kind of really gone through that exercise as fully as envisioned. back in 2017 anyway, so that could be a component of it as well. I think there are lots of action items that could fit under this overall financial sustainability of the department, if it were called out as a separate objective. And some of those would certainly fall back on council and say, okay, well, these are things that council needs to push through from, you know, putting a levy on the ballot or whatever.
So if you're talking use fees, what you want, if we have been changed in 5 years. $1,300, is it like $125? What difference would it make? $200. What is the difference? The big amount or not?
No, I think you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. You're not talking.
Those permit fees are very small,
These are-
but you would have more things from rec program fees or admission fees to the pools or those kinds of things.
Yeah, I have a whole nother discussion on rec fees and how you want to go with that one, Becky, because as was pointed out, rec to you is very, very popular, and we're actually looking to expand that. I have no money in my budget to expand it, but we got, in our flyer, we're planning on expanding that to 8 locations and running it 4 days a week. That's really not covering my budget, we're just, you know, hoping that cost recovery on something else helps cover that, but there's a whole discussion there as to, should we be offering free rec programs? Because some people don't think those are important, some people do. But it's all part of that activating and getting, you know, public safety, you know, to more kids we get involved in activities, then, you know, there's science, there's proof out there, studies that say more activation of kids, the less they are in the front, so.
So should we talk now about objective 4? I recognize we're skipping objective 3. We want to come back to, since we're already in this world of recreation. Mike, you said you've got sort of presentation. If that's okay with you guys, let's just jump to 4. We'll come back to 3. I'm not sure exactly how we left the addition of another objective aimed specifically at filling the funding gap and or spending reductions. You know, we could close individual parks if they're not being used. Back to the where are you getting the biggest bang for the buck? If we got parks that are not being used, maybe we need to shut down. But anyway, I don't want to get wrapped around that one. So what objective 4? Increase recreation participation by 10%. Sounds great, but costs money.
Correct. So, and that thing is constant recovery on the recreation program. Currently, the model that we use is adult programs, adult basketball, adult volleyball, that covers the direct costs. And then we always go for 25% more, so it's 125% of direct costs when we go with an adult program. The reason for that is we need all funds then to supplement free programs or reduced cost programs. Kids programs, youth programs, and we go to summer camp. We are looking to capture 100% of the direct costs. Only that, we're not looking to go above that. Now, sometimes we will get more, say we set the level of kids at 10, and we get 12 kids. Well, we're now over the amount of money, so that will be the extra money that we have collected. So that's what we're going to utilize to try and fund some of these free rec programs. But we're looking to expand the free rec programs even more. So we're looking to do things like after school programs. We're looking to do things on holidays. So when school's in the holiday, instead of kids being out not having anything to do, we're trying to run a rec program. We don't know, you go with the full cost recovery on that, or we just say, hey, it's a free program, and we go. We're looking to do mother and meet classes so that, you know, we start to activate that family. Toddler talk, I think one of the programs they just started, it's free, you know, and there's cost to that. So it's just on where does council think we need to be? Do I need to be 100% on covering direct costs or, you know, our free programs okay?
And so when you say direct costs, what are the indirect costs that aren't included?
I'm not covering any percentage of rec that would cover me or Corey or the recreational, the rec specialist. I'm direct costs to me are, if we provide a snack for that group, then they pay for that snack. If we provide a bus for them, they pay for that bus. If we provide a camp counselor, they pay for that. So those are the direct costs.
So we don't charge them their regular bill, so that would be another in.
Mike, are we leaving money on the table? In other words, would the average customer, pay more? If of your business and you're leaving money on the table, we would say you should charge them more. And if we lose people who can't afford it, we should use the excess to increase the subsidy to pick up people who can't afford. But we might as well get as much money as we can from those who can afford it.
So we are leaving one on the table. Every one of our programs last summer was 100% full. The more I raise the price, the more the underprivileged kids do not get access to those programs. So currently, adventure camp's $325 a week. There's a need, there's more people that would participate in that. But
Scott, but I just had a conversation with Corey about this issue. And the city gets donations to cover scholarships for those programs. Some, but the city does not actively, we don't have a development officer whose job it is to go out and raise money. So that's another funding source potentially. Scott?
Man, I just want, we spent 40 minutes talking about how we're gonna look at fee structures that we all have admitted are gonna raise tens of thousands of dollars. And pissed away all of this time over something that's gonna have no impact on the actual budget. When, you know, we've got a whole bunch of other things that we could be talking about as it relates to South Park Pool, as it relates to streets, as it relates to, you know, any of these other things. I mean, we're spending an inordinate amount of time on something that we've already admitted generates zero.
But there is consensus, we want to increase rates, I would say, just to move on.
okay, we'll move on.
If we're in agreement on that consensus, I mean, I think staff would like to know that. Does anybody disagree with that? We want to increase rates, but there's going to be impacts to others.
Well,
So-
my concern is the impact of, and this is some of the things I brought up, for the rec center is, you know, why don't we have a program for them to, that they can still participate at either zero cost or free if it has to be. For example, why do we not have a program, or do we not have the ability to do that?
So the policy that Parks Department has been operating on is that programs needed to have 100% cost recovery. Because when I came in, we did the rec view, we started offering free rec programs. Up until then, there was never a free rec program. It always had a cost. And so it was only with the rec view, and as I came in, we started offering free rec.
But couldn't we, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, like, couldn't we establish some sort of structure, and I'm just thinking out loud here, where we said, listen, we're gonna set rec program fees for youth at 115% of cost recovery. And then we're gonna automatically say, look, if you're getting SNAP, if you're getting TANF, if you're getting WIC, we're gonna discount you, so that we're essentially internally subsidizing. Section 8, whatever, pick your criteria. I don't want to create a massive like application and financial analysis process. Can we use a proxy for barriers to accessing programs and internally subsidize? I'm asking you sincerely.
My understanding for Corey is we already do that. That if right, I mean,
We provide, field passes for $5 if you bring in a SNAP student, yeah. We do provide scholarships to kids too.
So we could set rec programs higher for forward cost recovery, but then still not have a barrier for low income children. Is that accurate or no?
I still believe we're creating a barrier for low income kids, but yes, we could provide them an avenue that allows them to come in and take advantage of it.
Are you worried about more working poor families who aren't on benefits but still couldn't afford? Yeah, that's a fair.
And when they sign up at 12:05 in the morning, do we know at that point whether they're need a scholarship or they're paying the full fee?
Exactly.
So there's a logistical.
So they're the parents who could pay the full fee, their kids in.
Yeah, we super are sorry about that.
No, it's.
sure. So, but are we done with objective 4, increase recreation participation by 10%? Go for it. Go, if you can figure out how to pay for it, and do you need anything else from us? I mean, in the way of policy level, blessing direction.
Well, we're gonna look at it.
If you do more with free rec programs, we're going to come back with.
Yeah,
Okay.
So as we look at the budget, part of what we'll bring to you, obviously, we can't eat up, we don't expect in the programs like this to eat up 3 mils of the 10 mil cap. But we're gonna need some extra money, so whether that's tens of, I don't know the range of the number yet. But I think there's an appetite for some. Part of what I would just say to be careful of tomorrow, candidly, is the notion that we're gonna spend every dollar on 10 more police officers. And there won't be any money for anything else, or be clear that that's the policy, and we can take all this and go, okay, well, we know that's where the extra money went, so. But there's how the policy will help drive our budget proposals we present to you. I think we can move on to what I'm hearing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying,
Objective 3, is that the one that we haven't got to? Is that what you're saying?
well, I wonder if is it objective 3 or do you, yes. The other thing, you talked about the capital pieces there. I don't know where,
Policy discussion 6.
yeah,
Policy discussions. Okay, so that's where Scott was getting, that, which is in. So why does that capital investment, why is that part of, recreation opportunities 10%, the 10%? So that's unclear to me, but it's clearly the South Park Pool, Zimmerman Center, North Park Center. Okay, because those are all related to recreation.
recreational programming, but yeah, they're
That's-
capital.
Okay,
But that's why we can't have rec programs in the Heights, because you don't have a rec center to go into in inclement weather. So I mean, I assume that's why, because they
Yeah.
facilitate the existence of rec.
It is where we run them.
okay. So that's Scott, you were, how are we gonna get a South Park Pool, Zimmerman Center and North Park Center?
I don't know. And
No, we don't.
No, we have.
We have on the agenda, we can have a carryover conversation, we don't, we've got till 5:30.
Yeah, if we get till 5:30. So you got 40 minutes almost.
Go for it.
No,
I
that,
mean, that was the conversation, I guess I assumed that we were gonna have here. What are the options that we have for South Park Pool?
So the options are extending Park District 1, that's taking on a debt, that can be done statutorily, but there are issues with that. The legislators who think and believe, right, PD1 is gone and dead, but officially it's not gone until the end of this calendar year. But in order to extend its life, the money can't only be hoped for, wished for, it has to be borrowed and in place. So, and that is it has to be bonded, so it can't be, oh, let's extend it to hire some people and manage things, it has to be for a debt project. We did put the 3 projects here all deliberately, that they're existing facilities that are at various levels, but not all that stretch from each other at end of their useful life. The only one that shows up on the CIP in the next 24 months is South Park Pool, I think. But
let me ask this is a high level policy question. If Amon Park, we don't like to use the word rec center, the Amon Park Center, were to be developed with a pool, you heard Dick Zier at the meeting, the work session, say that could possibly, what he was implying there is that would be perhaps an adequate substitute for South Park Pool. Obviously, it's on the far western end of the south side, not the South Park eastern side. Do we agree with that? Now, we don't know what's going to come out of that. Seen a lot of people shaking their heads. Okay.
And it's a concept to consider, Athletic Park was cool, Athletic Park had a pool there. That was how many years ago when theater park went in. So, I mean, that went away and the neighborhood still is there. So I don't know if it's any worse for wear. I suppose if the South Park pool was taken out, we could go in there instead, it'd have to be some activity still. I guess I would say the North Park neighborhood, 2 things that happened that, I mean, it's been a neighborhood that's on decline in our community. One of them certainly is the closure of North Park School. But I think, the pool was also the gathering spot. I think one could argue that did have an impact in that neighborhood, and that has an impact in our city in terms of public safety as well, and the resources we devote to that. I think in terms of the mayor's question, it's easy for us as adults who drive around and think, the Amen Park is close enough to South Park, but if you're a kid, you're not gonna be able to walk all the way over there. Biking there's not a good connections there, and so you're dependent on the adult to drive you there, and very few people that we're working for have the ability to do that. I think it really,
Yeah.
take that off the table for a lot of, so, yeah, I guess I would disagree with Dick's here.
Okay, just one,
Farther, all right.
yeah. Is it 3 miles? Wow, okay.
South Park is restored.
I think that's more important. It's a community network. It's not
Yeah.
about accessing a pool, it's about a place.
And it activates the whole park.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
One thing that, and I agree about activating the space and the networking, it's a place, it is important for that. The one difference that I would see is Amen Park, whatever we want to name it, came into being, that's, 12 months a year. And so there could be a lot of benefits to those students that are in that area, which basically serve the kids that are in the area around South Park. Except for McKinney's, I believe some of the McKinney's. But so that's just one thing to think about. That doesn't mean there's a substitute or it's apples to apples, but it's just enough.
And the Suburban Board is very focused on ice for that facility, not water. I don't want to create the impression, but they're very focused on ice. I suspect.
think we need to look at where we're going. We don't have enough money for parks. If you extend a bond for BD one, you beat off a lot of legislators and a lot of people in town that didn't like BD one in. So why don't we look at what needs to be funded and what is the maintenance, and then come back, explain that, show the costs of every one of these parks, and go out with the levy and let the voters decide. And if they decide they don't want to do it, then we have very little maintenance dollars going into the park. Because you're not gonna find any more money in this budget to be able to do anything else.
Well, a levy doesn't address South Park Pool at all.
It could,
Okay,
you could set money aside to be able to bond South Park Pool
no,
and be able to do it.
no, we can't bond from a levy. You have to pass, general obligation bonds have to be passed by the voters.
Oh, but you could accumulate
You could
reserves
accumulate
and
enough- yeah,
eventually
you could-
pay cash,
Yes,
right? Okay.
yeah, you could. If
Andy,
your
with what
levy
we-
was large enough. that
So-
you could-
so-
So you could do your limited geos, very limited statute, would allow you to borrow 12 to 14 million dollars. You're gonna have to find money in debt service, it's gonna be 1.3 or 1.4 million a year, so. You could do that, but you're only going to get South Park Pool, maybe. You're not gonna be able to do any other projects like that. But yeah, you do need a dedicated revenue source to pay that back. That does not exist.
What does it amount to again?
1 mil, 265,000.
So the interesting thing there is we didn't really think that existed just months ago. Enough. It's only one shot. You're only gonna get one big capital project done for the next 15 years.
So paid off.
Those paid off. But you could do one project like South Park Pool with the general obligation. If the voters approved a mill levy, and in that mill levy, there was some revenue that we would be upfront with the voters, we're going to use to pay the debt retirement payment on our limited obligation bonds.
So going to the voters
That limited
becomes,
obligation is a percentage of our total assessed value?
You know, it's formula, it's a function of our general.
Okay, so if we passed a larger levy, that would increase actually the amount of money that we,
If it was a general fund levy, yeah, if it was a park specific levy, I don't.
oh, really?
So with the staff, could you come back with 5 You know, nothing, do nothing, go to the public, borrow money, just, I mean, can we have it in black and white what those options are?
Yeah, I mean, we have it close enough to be able to, I think, give some policy direction or be thinking, no, that's off the table, extending Park District 1. But on the table might be this idea. This idea would require a vote. I mean, if it's going to the voters on the mill levy, not in 5 years, but you know, in a relatively short period of time. Or the district's option is still there. That requires a whole process in creating another district. But generally speaking, we don't think the districts now provide us the financial support. But from a policy perspective, you can carve the community up into areas via the district. Because one of the concerns about this is how will the community respond to one project in 120,000 in one area with this, levy?
And timing, wouldn't it still be a number of years down the line? So we would have to get through, and I'm being presumptuous here, but jail expansion, which would require about a year of approval and design, another year of construction. We would be several years down the road before we could even go to the voters. And if they had just approved $100 million jail expansion, you'd probably want to have as much distance away from that as possible. So I'm thinking you really couldn't practically go to the voters on this for roughly 4 years-ish. And we'd have to make sure the South Park pool could limp along for about 4 years. Is that?
I don't agree with that timeline. I think
Okay.
we'll see a question with voters on jail expansion much faster than that.
Okay, they'll start paying, so there'll be a little sense, about a year after that, there'll be a little sensitive.
I don't think that puts us 4 years out. I think it puts us maybe 2026.
But we can't repair with $1 million the South Park pool.
That's what I was gonna ask, so like, what would it take to refurbish it, not to expand it, but to just get it to where it's.
It doesn't take an engineer. Walk in the bathhouse, look at the pool. How old's the pool? The last renovation to the pool was approximately 40.
Years ago, when they shortened it, they filled in half of it, is that what you mean?
I mean, we're not dealing with the base of what we're dealing with here is 100 years old and a bathhouse that's, it's not a.
But the pumping equipment is quite new and in good shape.
You close the bathhouse to shut it down, but the pool itself is really what the impression is.
They just change out in this.
Mike, tell us about South Park.
Yeah.
South Park, the infrastructure as far as the pumps and the infiltration system is a lot newer. So, it functions. And we can keep that pool clean water. It's got a new liner in it. We put a new liner in it 2 years ago or whatever. The bathhouse is where the problem's at. The bathhouse is going to go away. I mean, it's in terrible shape. We could probably, but you can't operate the pool without a bathhouse. You have to have some way for the kids to shower, go to the bathroom, all that. So.
Couldn't we replace the bathhouse for $2 million?
Yeah, I think it's 3 or 3.5, right, Andy?
Where do they make?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mobile units. They're out this way and just.
There is portable bathhouses. Yes, a oil field was full of them. They brought them in, they showered in them. Yeah,
They've got to be cheap now. There could be some options other than.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know is what are the options?
So are these bridges to a replacement, or is this is how we're gonna operate for the next 15 or 20 years? I mean,
I mean, we're talking about, like, the mayor talked about the timeline where this is gonna be quite a ways. I mean, it's to the point now, I don't think if you want kids going there now, what can we do to improve it without having to go 16 million and know that maybe that's not gonna, we don't think it's gonna get financially feasible to actually happen. So what other alternatives are there and what will it actually cost? And we maybe can do something a lot easier, cheaper, and a bandage, and maybe a 5-year bandage, and we set the timeline. 5 years, it's gotta be back.
I don't like the idea of a Band-Aid. I like the better idea of a phased-in project if we have to. So if the first step is to replace the bathhouse, I think that's doable. And I think there's I think there's ways to phase this in without just trying to paste it together, but actually tear down the bathhouse and do new, and then begin replacing. the
Sure, if
roof.
there's a phase, well, let's look at that option too.
If that's
All I've heard
possible.
is it's $60 million and that's what you have to have.
Like, what are you seeing as far as? $8 million, 12, 15 for the South Park. Yeah. So the audit study is not completed yet, but Dusty gave me some preliminary numbers. And for the money that he brought forward, which is not necessarily what I would say is the best design, 16.5 million for replacing the pool and the, so.
And bringing it to kind of a Rose Park standard, so in terms of amenities.
So we get it, I mean, Andy, what can we do with limited? What's our capacity with limited? I know that there are
Max.
all different ways.
Yeah, I wanna say it was right around 14 million was pushing it past.
What is a comfortable? Is 10 million a comfortable place? I mean, it's not maxing, that's not, and then operating at the red line.
So it comes down to identifying where that debt payment's gonna come from, because I think right now you're gonna struggle to make $1 of debt payment based upon what the needs are gonna be, that's what gonna be. But if we said, yeah, this is a high priority, and we want to identify $1 million a year for debt payment, we'll get there.
So what would $1 million a year in debt maybe get us?
Very, very round.
Okay. And this is the problem with engineers and architects. I mean, they'll give you the rest.
Right.
At $150 million. I know it's not surprising to me at all that you got a plan for a $16 million facility. But in the private sector, we say, hey, our budget is $10 million. Give us a $10 million facility. Like, these plans also have to be met with the reality check of what we can actually afford. And if we went back and said, hey, you got a $16 million plan, but we can only spend $10 million because that's the only amount of money that we can service the debt on. Carve this 16 million back to 10, and if you do it, carve it back in a way that we can carve it on later in an expanded capacity. Like, again, that's the conversation that it seems like is appropriate for this. I mean, if we can say, hey, we can come up with $1 million of debt service, that as a policy body is what we feel like we can do, then that should probably redirect or at least amend this aquatic study to say, hey, that's great. 16 million is the shiniest object in buildings. However, the citizens have said, we don't do shiny objects in buildings. We do Chevys, not Cadillacs. So give me the Chevy and here's your budget. And then we can actually talk about getting this done with money that we have access to, and we can move this project forward.
Yeah, I think I talked a little bit about this, and I think that's not a bad approach. I also think, if the city was willing to make that commitment on the policy level, $10 million, I'd say. I think we could have some significant private sector investments that we can move on with that. That's just my gut feeling. It would say, okay, we can raise $3 million or whatever, and then that would add to the budget beyond what the public is going to contribute. I think we're not going to get that without first policy students' money as a first in the door.
I agree, and I don't think the private sector money coming in changes that $10 million budget in my mind. That reduces our obligation. But when we say, hey, give us a $10 million facility that checks the boxes, it certainly is going to get us in an exponentially better position than we sit today with that facility. And it's something that we can operate and be proud of. The money from the private sector that comes in offsets our obligation, but again, if we let design professionals like myself run wild, we'll shoot monkeys to the moon, for Christ's sakes, if you let us and give us the money, but we don't have the money for that. So let's let's set a reasonable target so that you have a target to shoot for with your consultants and start working this in. Otherwise, I mean, we're gonna be in this same position.
Mike, I thought the number already had dropped from 16 to 10 for the Chevy version.
So we, at the time we were talking about the bond, we talked about doing that, but that was internally, so then we went out for this applied study, right? And when we did the scope of work, and all we've asked A&E for is a concept, and what we asked was for a concept that was similar to Rose Park. So we could compare, this is what we're looking to do in a similar facility. That's what he came back with as his concept. That is not, we haven't asked him to do a full-blown design or anything like that. This is just a concept that's coming out of the applied study.
So it doesn't include the recreation center type space or,
Just a multi-purpose system.
okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I don't have it.
There's I don't know how to pull up on, well, are we allowed to show this?
So I have an important policy, but are you thinking, Scott, where's the million coming from to pay the debt? Is it a voter approved or is it of our inside of our cap?
It's inside our, it's what then we have to figure out inside our.
So it's generally speaking, it's within the 2.7 million that we had in last year's budget.
I don't even know that it's 100% inside the 2.7, it might be us looking at rearranging spending money on current.
Sure.
Do you have it, Delaney?
But is that, are you talking about taking $1 million out of 2.7? That's not
That's not
doable.
what I'm.
Okay.
Cause they said we didn't have the dollars. So I don't know. what-
And he always says we don't have.
Yeah, I was telling Kevin earlier, there's no, you have actually negative 20 mils. Not 10, so.
I
It's been
guess,
spent so many times.
Scott, I generally am with you, except that like when we did the Castle Rock Park master plan, I think we sort of recognized there needs to be a pool at Castle Rock Park, but it is a future phase. And so I would not want us to downscale the vision of South Park Pool necessarily. I would much rather us just say, well, we can commit to phase 1 now, and phase 2 is a future activity.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying, is, I mean, if we scale this back, we still do it in a way that it can be strapped onto later on down the road.
Correct, I agree.
I like the idea of basing, because you can get a really nice bathhouse and get that done, and so it's usable, and they can use it to equipment, and said they can run the pool for a while, and then whenever we get the funding, or we'll have to figure out
So
that.
if you look here, it lends itself to phase.
Can't emphasize enough how Mike's statement earlier, as a staff, no one can touch this and said, you get back and offer changes to this, that, or the other.
Well, the top left, that's the splash pad, and then I think he's attached a pool to that, and then he's done, some sort of a fun pool with the slides and that, and then he's done a lap pool, so yeah, there's kind of 3 components to it.
That's what Rose Park has?
You can see
It's a
where,
concept I had nothing to do with.
Yeah, it does have slides, it does.
but I mean, you can see where we have a phase 1 that is the bathhouse, a phase 2 that is those top 2 pools, and a phase 3 that's the lazy river, because it's the most expensive of all the pools. I mean, it lends itself to phase.
And this is a major expansion beyond what we got now.
Maybe
mean-
we should look at doing, for our objective is to get phase 1, the bathhouse.
Which they.
Yeah.
3.1.
We're not gonna get that. I don't think, I mean, we're not gonna get that anytime soon. We gotta, well, no, what you see on the screen here, we gotta have to be a lot more realistic. We need the used Chevy, not just a Chevy, but the used Chevy.
So, Mike, I'm sorry, did you say the top left, that's the existing splash pad?
Yeah, so he's taking the existing splash pad and tied in the 0 pool to it, what I think this is. Oh, once again, I hadn't had a chance to talk to Dusty about this,
That's like 50 yards away, isn't it?
What's that?
That's,
This is the existing pool building, this is a new pool building.
I know, but the splash pad, where it is today,
From the existing pool,
from the
yeah.
existing pool.
Yeah, it's not connected together at all. The
Yeah.
only reason, and there's a reason to do this, is that all the components
Right.
for the splash pad are actually contained in the building of the pool house, the pool bathhouse is where all of those pumps and all that stuff are at. So, as you talk about condemning that building, well, all that stuff is in that ground there.
And moving this all over to the east also lets the Parks Department continue to operate the south point, let that pool through, until this can get commissioned. And so sliding and relocating in part makes sense, but, I mean, again, pulling this into what we have the budget and what we feel like we could find inside the budget. I mean, that will drive then what Andy says we could borrow. And then we can start to have that conversation, and then Mike has the ability to go back and say, well, this is what we can.
I'm an architect and knows how to build a swimming pool, not build.
Well, and this is fine as far as planning is concerned, but we've got to be able to actually build the plan.
We also have to get through,
I mean, I'm not trying to disparage the architect or the group that's worked on this, and that's not it at all, but. You know, we've got to be able to dial this back into something that we can afford, and then work. And then work.
I think we test this.
That's the policy
because we
discussion.
talked about
that we have to
doing
have.
that cleanup
What can be
first.
spent?
Okay.
What are we willing to carve out of the budget to make this happen?
We haven't talked about the
We can do
rec
that
centers though.
if we want to.
I think they're on.
It's a matter of, is this something?
I think so,
we're
just
willing to do?
conversation.
Are we gonna put it
I'll tell them.
on a mill? Put it on a ballot.
Okay, let me just tell you a little bit of the schedule. We've got a hard stop at 5:30. We're at 5:16, so we got 14 minutes. We want to have a chance for if there's any public comment. Steve, you gonna have public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, okay, we better get started. What we haven't got to are the rec centers. Given this discussion and the high priority that is being placed on South Park Pool and the very limited dollars, right? Unless we expanded any ask for the public, which is a real possibility, can be a real challenge for the rec centers. But I don't want to make that assumption and just forget that. The other thing we haven't talked about is the how we're going to fund recreational trails outside of the right of way, because we do have dollars if they're in the right of way. We don't really have park dollars, but there's a whole trail issue. What we talked about earlier was doing any sort of cleanup on this item first thing tomorrow morning before jumping into public safety, but having we don't want it to grow. So we'd have to have like a 20-minute or 30-minute tap on that. So we can carry this conversation over tomorrow morning. Do any quick wrap up on this now, and then we'll get into public safety tomorrow. How does that sound like for a plan?
I would recommend an alternative if it were me. I would take the last strategic goal to another day and use that half an hour to come back to this at 10:15.
Say that again.
I would recommend taking this 10:15 goal off to another conversation and using this last time to reach.
Yeah, and that was certainly one of the things we talked about. So it's just coming back to this after public safety rather than before public safety.
Because we're essentially wrestling with what we're gonna do with the general fund, and so maybe we talk public safety.
Sure, doesn't matter to me. So we're fine to that. So
I mean, we've allocated time to this, in my opinion, we wasted a lot of time to get to something that would be meaningful, but I don't want us to then short the conversation about public safety. So if we strap this on at the end, I would be okay with that, but I certainly don't want to put it in front and then have that drive public safety.
yeah, no, and we were very much seeing the one at 10:15 as being expendable.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay, so can we continue the conversation about funding this? Because I think you guys were outlining.
He's about to
No.
chase us out of here.
Okay,
We built in.
yeah, we built in that time,
Yeah,
but I just want to catch, because we were trying to plan, all of a sudden I heard you, Scott, say something about a public vote. Two very different things. We're finding the $1 million from inside the budget, or are we possibly going to the voters? Is that still a question?
I don't know.
Okay, we haven't flushed that out. Yep.
how would you find it from within the budget unless we cut existing spending or the increase in the mill levy value was sufficient to both fund the additional public safety focus that we've talked about and this? It'll.
In the private sector, we prioritize our spending and then we cut the things that we can't afford that aren't the priorities. if we're gonna do it there, we're gonna end up having to cut some things, and that's gonna be uncomfortable, but that's a discussion that we're gonna have to have.
Sure, and we can talk about that. My vote is, I don't know what, I'm not hearing suggestions of what to cut. I would aim for just, putting Band-Aids on South Park Pool, keep it operational, because I don't know where else we would cut it. But I would like to hear, in this aquatic center, what those Band-Aid options are at South Park Pool. And Mike, will the aquatic study go into some level of, discussion on South Park Pool about, options short of a big, beautiful Cadillac version redo, which I think we agree is probably not gonna happen.
That wasn't necessarily the scope of the aquatic study. The aquatic study actually was originally intended to be, to decide what kind of splash pads and how many splash pads, and what the splash pads and wading pools were what the city needed. That was the original scope back when it was first proposed. Back before me. Then when we got into negotiations with them to decide what we were gonna cover into the scope, we asked if we could expand the scope to include why is South Park Pool necessary, and then what would it look like? What would a concept look like to bring it in? We didn't ask him any other things as to what we could do to extend the life of South Park Pool or move that.
Okay.
But there are options. We, you know, like we're talking, you could bring in a portable shower facility.
Or just rebuild a cheap bathhouse for $2 million. Is that doable?
You could, yes. I don't know that, once again, you've got a lot of infrastructure in that basement of that building. So there's some problems already built into that thing. So, you know, how that all was fixed and compounded, but we can bring that kind of.
Can we get one of these off the table? Because no one has said they want to do it. Get rid of the notion that we would extend Park District 1.
I'm not ready to get rid of that.
Yeah, I guess
And-
I am. Yeah. I mean, so we just had our budget and finance committee meeting, this past Wednesday, and I think one of the outcomes of that is that we wanted to have this. Have all the different options laid out in pros and cons, and just so we at least have something in front of us. It's hard for me to really evaluate things that I'm kind of flying around. You know, we'd have a much more productive conversation. I think we had those, you know, we might disagree on some of the pros and cons, and but we have this to work with. So I guess until I see that, I guess I'm not willing to get rid of it.
Nobody had spoken up, now you have, but nobody had, so I was asking the question. I think based on time, we have to stop for today. We had this backup plan to do exactly what you said. So we'll start in the morning, we'll finish today, Gavin's gonna do that. We'll start in the morning with the agenda, public safety. After that, we'll come back to parks. And the last item on the agenda was only there if we had the time.
Okay. Public comment. Do we have some?
I feel like your so my first ask is, Chris, you have everything you need for tomorrow. Did you give you a fob, or we open the door for you tomorrow?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
So Steve, I coordinated with Nick already, so he's gonna have it open.
You're all.
We're all set.
Thank you, Kevin.
So I'll be here just, and I offer maybe a couple thoughts, and I wasn't able to stay in for your whole day with this discussion on parks. We obviously put a lot of sweat equity in that whole conversation. I just, something, as you're talking about South Park, well, something just is bothering me. And it reflects back, and Jennifer helped me with these numbers, it reflects back to what I've heard Dr. Erwin Garcia say about our third graders not reading proficiently from 30% level. If you start looking at the geography of those numbers, you're gonna see that being acute in certain neighborhoods, including our South Park. So when we know that that neighborhood is struggling in many ways, I feel it incumbent upon our leaders to say, we're gonna make a statement in that neighborhood because it is meaningful.
So I would encourage you, and I don't have to manage your budget, which is your challenge or our challenge together. Whatever you do it so you feel good about what you're leaving that community. So if it's 10 million, do the best $10 million thing you can do, because I think that community needs a nod that says we care about what's going on in that neighborhood. And I think you'll find private sector partners who are gonna feel the same way. When you're out fundraising, the one thing I would encourage you to think about is, don't use the private sector dollars to lower the commitment, just say, hey, we've got 8 million, we need the private sector to do 2 million, or we've got this number, you guys gotta fill the gap. Much better to kind of phrase it in that way, but I just think, boy, give that neighborhood what they deserve. Don't piecemeal it, don't make a promise that then you're gonna do this piece and then, maybe we'll get to the next piece in 5 years. If you're gonna phase it, boy, be super committed to making that, because I think that neighborhood needs that sort of commitment from the leadership of the community. That would just be the first one. And then, are we never gonna ask our voters to make a forward-thinking commitment to Parks and Recreation? We just always taking that off the table. Maybe I missed that discussion, but I think at some point, if we can ask them to, let's do a base hit or hit a double, let's just take care of the promises we've already made to maintain our parks. I think the voters are wanting to see that sort of step forward. So I hope that at some point, we could have enough faith in them to come back and say, hey, incrementally, we think we need to make progress. We're gonna take care of things like South Park that we should have been taking care of for years. That's our first step. Then we're gonna come back to you again. Don't take our community off the table to help solve this, what I consider a problem and an opportunity.
And Steve, just so you know, we added the first impressions
I
corridor
heard that.
as an objective item. So FYI. So, okay, thanks.